Guys, welcome back, and let's continue with the next part, right? So today's guys, very important class we have, right? And lots of powerful, uh, some kind of real practical we're going to see, right? And you consider today is one of the very important class, right? Because the way, sorry. The way we work in the real world, right? And the way we set the real pipeline with lots of things to be connected. That's what we are going to discuss today, right? And that's all for. So first of all, guys, let me very quickly set the agenda, what we are going to do. So in today's class, guys, we are going to go more deep into pipeline as a code. What is pipeline? I already explained you in my last class. What is pipeline as a code? That's also we have started in my last class. And to writing the code, we are using one language that's called Groovy language. And Groovy will provide a two different way to implement the pipeline as a code. One way is called scripted way, that is typically a little bit older way or harder way also. So instead of the scripted way, we are going to go for the newer way, simple way, and the way we normally do in the real world. I can say the new way, that's called declarative way. Okay, so what is the difference between this? I also explained you in my last class. Okay, so today we are again investing our time on pipeline, but today we are going to go from very basics to the pipeline to all the advanced concept of the pipeline. We're going to go more deep into this topic. So almost any kind of use cases if you have, and if you want to integrate Jenkins with any kind of tool, and if you have entire CI/CD pipeline to build from end to end kind of scenario, you can create anything. So today is the day where we are going to cover every chunk about the pipeline as a code that we normally write in a file called Jenkins file. So everything we are going to discuss from very basics, right? So before I start this particular topic to go in pipeline as a code in very much in deep, I would like to set some context, because there's two ways we can take this topic. Either I can start with a topic called pipeline code. I will start the small topic like variables and multiple things connect together. So it would be a more boring class. Okay, you will understand the concept, but it will be like just a concepts, right? And every concept I can show you practically how to write some of the keyword in the pipeline code, or how to write the stages or steps and other things also, right? So instead, we sorry, we will do in this way. What we will do, I will set one project here. Okay, let me explain the project, and then we will start building this project with the Jenkins pipeline. So in the one in one go, two things will be completed. Entire concept of pipeline as a code will be completed from very basic to advanced again. Plus we also guys going to build entire projects or practical project with the real kind of scenario in this class. So two things can be done very quickly. Okay, so let me set the context first, what we are going to do. So let's say we have a requirement. We want to build or create, I can say develop by the help of my developers. So we want to develop a website. Okay, a website that is also known as web app in a language called Java. Okay, so my developer start writing the code in this language Java, and the motto is to create a website or web app. Then my developer upload or push this code to the SCM tool, let's say GitHub, the upload into the GitHub. As soon as my code upload in the GitHub, so we have a Jenkins somewhere centrally, some centralized system like Jenkins, or I can say the automation system. They will download this code, So let me say this is a push. We will clone or pull the code from the SCM. And because this is Java code, so normally Java code we always compile. Okay. And with the help, with the time of compiling, after the compile, we also test the code. Okay. So we will do two things here. We will compile the code. Okay. Then we test the code, and that kind of testing is called unit testing, right? So we will do unit test here. Okay, we have multiple test cases. We will do all the test cases. We'll check all the functionality of my code. This called unit test, right? And everything will work fine. They will ask my final code to be packaged. Because it's a website, I want my entire website to be into one package. And normally, if it is Java code, so normally the extension of the package is WAR file, means web archive file. This is normal extension normally we give to this package. Okay, so entire process can be done by build tool, and you guys know by one of the build tool that normally we use called Maven. So Maven has a capability to perform compile, unit test, and packaging. Okay, so this is the one thing I wanted to do here. So first thing in our process, I want to first download my code from SCM. Second, I would like to build my code with the help of Maven. But who will coordinate this process? Jenkins will coordinate this process. Okay, Jenkins will coordinate this entire process for us. Okay, now it is your choice where you want to build. So in our case, I will explain in my last class. It is normally good practice. This entire setup, if we can run in our slave system, it is also known as our agent system. Okay, because Jenkins is running in one of the computer. Let's say this computer is known as master. So I don't want to do anything in the master system. So we have a one dedicated system, okay, known as slave system. And the slave, we have a Maven pre-set up and pre-installed. Okay, and this Maven will do all this process for us. Okay, so this is one thing I wanted to do. Then after this entire package created, so final product would be your package WAR file. Okay, guys, again, I'm repeating one small point. In today's class, I'm going to take this topic in very detail. I can give you the guarantee, okay, and also the assurance, none of the Jenkins training in the world, right? If you go to any of the level from very basic to advanced, go to any of the tutorials and books, right, going to cover Jenkins in so much in detail that I am going to discuss in today's class. And none of the training will cover Jenkins with this kind of practical use case that we are going to build in a minute. So slowly, guys, I'm going to show you the entire use case, and that use case we will build with the Jenkins that will be with Pipe Manager code. Okay, and this use case that I'm going to explain you right now, this use case will also help us to understand Jenkins Pipe Manager code in very much detail from very basic to advanced. Okay, this is the entire plan, but I will first complete the entire explanation of the project, what we are going to build, right? So, so we have one slave agent. Okay, so let me mark here. So let's say this is my slave agent named Maven. Okay, so Maven is my slave agent A, okay, who help us to build our code. Okay, and now after a code has been built, finally output would be you get the package called WAR file. Now one small thing, guys, those who by chance don't know, if your website has been created in a language called HTML or maybe PHP and something like this, like JavaScript, okay, for hosting these websites who created in these kind of language, you need a web server. One of the example of the web server is Apache web server, HTTPD Apache web server. So you need a web server, or Apache web server, or this kind of product to host this site or to deploy this site. Okay, but if your website is created in a language called Java, and normally there's website package is known as WAR file. To hosting this kind of website, you need an app server. Okay, app server, not the web server. And a lot of app server product available in the market. Okay, one of the famous one is JBoss, is one of the product you can use. You can use WebSphere, WebLogic, Glassfish, multiple different product available in the market. Okay, but we are going to use a product in today's class called Tomcat. So Tomcat is a product, again, is open source, come from Apache only, Apache community only. Like HTTPD is for web server, Tomcat is for app server. So this product we are going to use to host our WAR file or to run our web application. Okay, so that's what I just want to tell you. So we have this package. I want to run this package, okay, or host the package. So guys, to running any website, okay, you need base operating system. On the top of the operating system, you need your respective server, because this is Java Web Archive or Java Web App. Okay, to running this Java Web App, we need app server. So in our case, the app server, what I am going to use will be Tomcat. So I need one operating system that we have a Tomcat installed. On the top of this Tomcat, I will copy this archive, or maybe the right term would be I will run my archive, or I will run my Java web app. This called we will deploy it. As we deploy, whatever website we have, it will be deployed and it will work for us. Okay, so it means if anybody who know the IP address of the system, so my client will go and connect to this IP, whatever the port number of the Tomcat. Mostly the port number of the Tomcat server that we can change also is normally port number 8080. So anybody come on this IP address, this port number, and whatever the path this web app provide, this path is sometimes also known as a route or the endpoint. So whatever the URL they provide, I can say in simple term, right? They can access my website. Or I can say they can access my web app. Now it is your choice, okay, how you going to manage this particular environment. Your base operating system, Tomcat app server with the port number, with this application running on the top of this. Okay, either you can launch your EC2 instance in AWS or your local virtual machine to deploy it or to run this entire setup, I can say this entire environment, or you can use and take the help of container. I can say the Docker. Okay, so what can we do? We can ask the Docker. Okay, we can ask the Docker and say, Docker, can you please help me to launch this environment? In the Docker world, this environment is known as container. Can you launch the container? Okay, but launching the container, guys, the minimum requirement for the Docker is we need Docker image. What image contain? Image like a bootable OS. Okay, so guys, I already provide my Docker videos to you. I believe you guys go through my video. So Docker image is like a bootable OS kind of thing. From this image, I can launch the OS. It means whatever you have in the image that can be launched inside this particular container. So what you want in the container, you need one base OS, for example, Linux OS. On the top of this first requirement. Second requirement, you need Tomcat. Third requirement, you need your web app. So all these things you need, okay, in this container, in this OS. It means your image should contain all these three things. Okay, but this is our customized requirement. Okay, I have my own custom requirement to set up Tomcat. I have my own custom website or web app with different kind of data, my home page. So none of the images available in the market who have this data. So in this case, we have to create our own image. Own image. So what happened? Okay, what happened after this package been created? Package been created. Okay, then I will again ask one more thing from the Jenkins. And what I'll say, after this package created, I want this package or this web app. Okay, so let me write here. So I want my Linux operating system On the top of this, I need Tomcat app server or maybe Glassface or JBoss, whatever you guys need. In my case, I'm going to Tomcat app server plus my this web app. I want all these guys will be put inside one image. I want to create my own customer image having these three things. Okay, so that this concept is normally known as I want my app to be inside the Docker image. This is called, guys, the Dockerized app. So I want to Dockerize my Java app. Okay, so I want my Java app to be Dockerized or put inside the Docker image. Okay, how? I want to create my own image. After image created, okay, this image we can be used to launch the container. Okay, so it means in the entire process would be, okay, I want everything to be automated, right? So our first process would be, I want first would be SCM. Okay, second would be I want to do build. After my build done, then after I want, because after build after build done successfully, then only package created. Then my next step would be this one. My third step would be I want to create my own image, my own Dockerized image, or my own Dockerized web app, Java web app image. This will be the third step I want to perform. Okay, but guys, when you create your own image, okay, who is going to use your image? Somebody else. Maybe my team or the team going to use this image. So they will launch the container in their own world. So for this, your image should be shareable to other guys, because when you create your own image, so whichever system you guys create your own image, okay, they will store the image in their local computer. So what I'll do, I will create a different computer altogether. So I will create one different Linux operating system altogether. Motto of this Linux operating system is this will be like a Docker platform. Okay, and motto of this platform would be this platform or this OS we use only to create the new images. Okay, so this will be one different operating system we are going to use. Okay, just motto is to create our own to create the images. Okay, or I can say to build the Docker images. So I want one extra operating system, but this operating system is again managed by Jenkins. So this again would be one of the slave. So this is again one of the Docker slave or the agent we would like to use. But motto of this Docker slave and agent would be only to create the Docker images. Okay, and after Docker images, they create. So when they create Docker image, guys, by default, Docker image is stored locally in the system where you build, where you create. So by default, the Docker image is stored locally. If they're stored locally, so any other operating system want to use this image, they won't able to use it. So what I want after my third step done, where in this operating system or in this slave agent, after my third step done, okay, I want this Docker image or new image or our own image to be uploaded somewhere in some centralized location. So let's say this will be our centralized location, and you guys know the centralized location where you keep all the Docker images are known as Docker repository, and sometimes also known as Docker registry. Docker registry. Okay, so we can upload our image in some centralized Docker registry. Now it is your choice. You want to use a public registry that's known as Docker Hub, or you want to use a private registry. Maybe, for example, if you go to AWS, okay, they have service called ECR, sorry, Elastic Container Registry. Okay, through which we can manage our own private registry. Okay, a public, for example, you can go to Docker Hub. It's a public one where whatever image you upload, anybody can use it by default. Okay. So what I want, my fourth step would be this one. I want this Docker image after we create here locally. I want to push my Docker image to the centralized registry. So my other team can use this image. What this image contain? My base OS, the Tomcat server, and my website that is being created by the developer. So that would be the fourth step I want to do. Okay. Now after my Docker image uploaded, then I can go for this step. Okay. Now we can pull the image from here. Okay. Pull the Docker image from here. Let's go Docker image. Okay. And from this image, I can launch my this environment. Okay. What is environment content? Is a container. What is environment content? The base OS, Tomcat, and your website. Okay. It's come from where? Image. And who create the image? We create the image. The first step would, the next step would be this one. I will launch my environment, or I can say the container where everything is running. Okay. After this environment launch, my website is started, web app is started. I can give this URL to my client. They can use it. Okay. This is one process. Now in this entire process, okay, this system where when final website is running, okay, this IP we won't give to my client. Okay, this system IP address is actually meant for the developers only. Okay, so this URL we give to my developers and say, developer, we have created a one environment for you. So whatever website you created, just look at this IP address. If you think this IP is working great and fine and right, okay, then you can go ahead and do some other things. So this IP address we give to our developer. So I can say this container environment we launch for the developer. So I can say this is my dev environment. This is my developer environment. Till here, nothing has been provided to my to any of my other teams and other public guys. So developer will look to this website and everything is working great. Developer will start working on the next code. Again, they change some part on this particular. They can check some part on this. Guys, can you hold for a second, please? Okay. So now if the final URL given to from my developer or dev environment of my container, the fifth step is fine. My developer will start working on the new part of this code. Again, when the new code changes, again, same process, they push. As the data come up, Jenkins, we have a triggers. We can write the triggers here as a new code, Jenkins C. They will pull the code. Again, same process. They will ask the Maven to build. After package created, they ask Jenkins will ask to my other computer. So they say this is the computer number A, okay, where we are using to build the Maven, or this is the computer number B. Okay, so this package, my Jenkins will move from computer A to computer B, and we'll do the third step. And in the third step, we will create a new image. Then we go for fourth step. The fourth step would be we upload this image. Okay, then we go to fifth step, and the fifth step we will launch. We will launch this particular environment. Okay, we launch the container format and the URL we give to the level. Everything will be automated. Okay, and how are we going to automate this thing? Again, with the help of pipeline as a code. So help a pipeline as a code, we're going to automate all these part. And guys, what about numbers I write here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These are the different stages in the pipeline. Every stages might have multiple steps, but these are the different stages we have. Okay, we have. But in this entire process, it will be obviously automated because we write pipelines of code. So in this stage number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, this stage are known as, in this example, are known as continuous integration. Okay, but after everything is integrated, your final image code is also built, Java code also built on the 6 steps. Third, Java code also built, become a package, and your Docker image is also built at the 4th stage, and plus also stored somewhere. So this till the 4th stage, stage number 1, stage number 2, stage 3, and stage 4. In this example, okay, again, requirement to comment, the thing will number or stage may be different. Okay, are known as continuous integration. Okay, and stage number 4 is also, sorry, 5th is also a part of continuous integration only. Okay, because this stage we are actually deploying the code, so it is not continuous deployment. We're deploying the code just for testing, so my developer team can test everything working fine or not. So sometimes guys, it feel that because we're deploying the final website or running the final website, so it is a deployment stage. Okay, it is not. We're deploying only for the dev environment, so my developer can see it. So stage number 5 is also part of continuous integration. But after this stage number 5 done successfully, and we feel this is the final website, okay, and we want this website to be done by developer, for example, right? And I want this website to be provided to the public world, so anybody in the real world can see. That's what the motto why we get a software and packages here. Okay, so after 5th step, what we'll do, I will write after in the next screen. Okay, so after the 5th stage, okay, in the 5th stage we have the dev environment, okay, where my developer team can see the final look and feel of the web app running somewhere in the container by the URL whatever they provide. Okay, they can see it. They might do some more tests here, the different point, but they see everything's working fine. Okay, this was the 5th step. Okay, now what we will do after this, now the role of entire CI is completed, continuous integration is completed, or entire role of dev team is been completed. Okay, and now my final package, okay, the final package is inside my image. This is called containerized, or I can say the Dockerized image, or maybe sometimes we can use the word called containerized image. What this image contains, your final package plus the entire system, operating system plus the Tomcat server. And this image actually we already pushed into our some centralized registry of the Docker Hub and something like this. Okay, but here till here, the role of my developer team has been completed. Now we want to provide this final website to the real world. So we have the real world here, right? Public. Okay, I want to provide this website to the real world. Okay, and any website that you provide to the real world normally come under the production environment. So I want this website to be sent to the production environment. But where the website is image, so technically I want to provide this image to the production environment, and this is normally known as release. So I want to release my final website or a web app or the image to my production environment. Okay, but between the dev team and the production environment, again is managed by a different team, maybe, or different IT teams, or the operations team, I can say ops team, for example. Right, so before we provide this final release of the image of my web app to the production team, between this normally we have one more team called QAT team, quality assurance team. Okay, what they do, okay, they will do multiple things. Okay, one of the things they can do is they again will launch their own environment. This is called test environment, for example. So they launch their own environment. Environment means they take this image, and from this image, they will create again the container. Because from the image, we launch a container. In the container, what do you have? The web app, everything. So this container has the own URL. Okay, and my QA team will go and check this URL, check this all the functionality, form, all the links, all the look and feel, check all the policy, whatever company have the policy, right, and hundreds of more things they will go and test. So again, this is one of the responsibility of the QA team or quality assurance team to test your final website before they go to the production environment. So they have multiple different tests: a smoke test, stress test, integration test, hundreds of different tests they have. Again, we are not into the testing class, but this is different testing they do. Okay, and after they pass all the testing, maybe automation testing or manual testing, but if you want to go for automation, so they might have some automation testing. So after they do the testing, where in this test environment by the team called QA team, quality assurance team, QA team, okay, if they feel all the test is, if they found some of the bugs we have, okay, they will give the feedback or the report to the developer again. Again, this entire process starts. 1 step, 2 step, 3 step, 4 step, 5 step, and again new image has been created, okay, with a different version, and the step number, let's say 6th number step, again launched by the new image with the whatever bug they asked while the testing, the bug has been rectified, okay, or been fixed, and then this step again done. So they keep on doing testing, and after they find the testing is fine, the test is success, then the QA team or whatever the authority guide they have or the manager, they have a way so they can approve that now this image, whatever we have tested, is ready to release to the production environment. So here, guys, they will release this app from test environment to the production environment. Okay, but in this release, okay, in this release, if this release is automated, means none of the human being or manager will go and click on some button and say approved. Okay, and after they say approved, or maybe we, after tests done successfully, we send the mail to the manager of this department for the approval. Manager click on the link and they check the report and they finally click on the button approved, and after approved, then they release to the production environment, right? If this may be one of the process, but it's not automated, it would be a manual process. So finally we have to approve, okay, before we release. Either you can approve automated or the manual. Most of cases we always want to go for manual because it's a game of production environment, because as soon as the website starts in production, my customer can see it. Any bug we have or any issue we have, that is not good for the reputation and other issues also. So mostly we do manual release, but if you feel, your QA team feel the test they are doing or automated test they are doing is very powerful, they will check every bit of it. Okay, if they have a confidence on the testing, while testing in an automated way is very powerful, everything they find out any kind of bug and issues, then you can go for auto approval. And if you go to auto approval, this process is known as continuous deployment. Okay, continuous deployment, CD. Okay, but if you're going for the manual approval, some button come up or some mail come up and say approve, something like this, or maybe after checking the report, then it is known as continuous delivery. So there's a minor difference between, guys, continuous deployment and the continuous delivery. Both are CD, but depend in this stage or this step, I can say, for this environment, from test environment to production environment, if QA team is approving manually, then it is continuous delivery. If they're approving automatically, it is called continuous deployment. And finally, the step number 7, okay, your website will up for the public, guys. Okay, and this entire process from step number 1 to 7, okay, is known as CI/CD pipeline. Continuous delivery, continuous integration with continuous delivery, or the deployment pipeline. Okay, only motive is in this entire pipeline. Okay, as much as you can go for automation, that's what we are looking for. I want fully automated. And if you're looking for the fully automated, okay, all these steps were 1 to 7. There might be much more in between, but these are the main top more main steps or stages, I can say. If you can create all the stages with a code, that's called pipeline as a code, that will help you to make your entire setup fully automated. Okay, only thing is you should know what you're doing. You should know what is the company policies, or you should know all the steps normally you take care and manual. Okay, and plus you should know how to write a pipeline of code. So if you know in your project, these are the steps you normally take always till date, maybe manual. Write down those steps by steps or stage by stage. Every stage, write all the steps. And then if you have everything is documented somewhere in your, let's say, notepad. So I say first I download from Git, then I will do Maven test, then I will do Maven package, then I do Docker something. So if you have all the steps manually, what you do, okay, in your respective project and the team. Okay, after you have all the steps and the stages, right, then converting those steps and stages automatically with the help of pipeline code is not the big deal. So it don't work like this, that I know everything in Jenkins files in pipeline code, I can do everything. No, it is not like this. It is both the knowledge you should have. You should have the entire knowledge of pipeline code concept with the Groovy language that I'm going to train you today. Plus, you should know the entire CI/CD process, entire end-to-end. Why end-to-end I'm saying? Because as soon as now, in this case, as soon as the developer push the code, automatically, right? Automatically, they will release to the production environment. It's the end. So end-to-end pipeline, if you want to create fully automated, then you should know everything about pipeline as a code concept. Plus, you should know everything about about your stages, and every stages what you're doing. For example, this 2 is the stage. Okay, it's a stage. Let's say the stage name is called build stage. In this build stage, what you're doing? You're compiling, is first step, testing, second step, packaging, third step, fourth step, maybe after package created, we'll upload the code somewhere. It's called artifact. Okay, or archive artifact, something like this. So in the stage number 2, these are the multiple steps you do. Okay, then we move to next stage, something like this. Okay, so this is the guys entire meaning of CI/CD, continuous integration with delivery and the deployment. And this is what the exact practical we are going to do today. Even though guys, this is the very high view and overview of this practical. When we start implementing, lots of different components gonna come up in between. Okay, and that's what I will also keep on adding step by step. Okay, again I repeating guys, this level of practical with end-to-end fully automation practical in Jenkins with entire pipelines of code, you will never see in any of the training. It is one of the very advanced. But yeah, after having this knowledge, okay, any kind of requirement come up in any of the project guys, you can create it with the help of Jenkins. That's what I can also give you the assurance. Okay, so I think you are clear. Only prerequisite for today's class is you should know something basic about Docker. Plus, you should know how to create Docker images. So I told you multiple times, I believe, and we told you multiple times, you should know how to create your own image with the help of Docker file. So Docker file is a way in the Docker through which you can create your own image. So I'm going to, obviously I'm not going to discuss about this concept. This video we already shared with you. By chance, if you missed this video, don't worry. Okay, when I'm going for this process, I will give you a very quick summary so you guys can relate with the concept. Okay, but my focus area would be this entire stages to be covered. and complete it. Okay. So for this, I need 3 environment. So I've setup would be say something like this. Okay, our setup would be something like this. So I'm going to create 3 environment. So finally, I need 4 operating system. Okay, for doing this practical. Okay, one operating system where we launch Jenkins. This is for Jenkins master. This is one operating system I want to use. Okay, one operating system is especially dedicated for the dev environment. Next operating system is especially dedicated for my QA environment or test environment, whatever I say is almost the same. Okay, and third environment would be dedicated to my production environment. Okay, this is what. And I have my local laptop where I am working as a developer and writing code in Java. And that's what I'm using, my local laptop or workspace. And central system, we already have a GitHub to upload the code. It already exists. But technically for this practical, I need 4 operating systems. So I launched 4 operating systems in the AWS cloud. Okay. But one more thing I want to tell you. Okay. Jenkins and dev environment is mostly managed by developers or the dev team or DevOps team. Okay. Production environment is mostly managed by production guys or the IT guys or the operations teams. Okay. So typically this operating system, okay, is technically never managed by Jenkins directly. Jenkins can't manage this system directly because this is a production environment. We can't say Jenkins will go and manage this guy directly. When I say manage means, okay, Jenkins master, so we can't create this system as a slave. Okay, due to Hunter's origin or one of the region security. We can create, technically we can create, okay, but it is not good practice or otherwise other security reasons also. And obviously they will not allow you to connect you as a slave. So this system will never be a slave of the Jenkins master. Okay. Similarly, also most of the time, QA team is also allow their system to be a slave. Maybe they allow or depend. Let's say this system is also not a slave. You won't create the system as a slave. So it is an independent operating system running managed by this team. This is the independent operating system running managed by this team. And this is the operating system. Most of the cases, we want this operating system to be managed by Jenkins. Okay, Jenkins. So if Jenkins want to manage the system, so this system would be the agent or the slave of the Jenkins. Okay. So I intentionally guys want to create this scenario because I want to show you some more extra concept today. Okay. If this slave, then running the job in the slave is so simple. Okay. If you're not slave, then what process you use to run something with the help of Jenkins, that's what I will discuss in some time. But typically the based upon a requirement, okay, I want for 7th stage, I need a different computer. For 6th stage, we need a different computer, or till 5th stage, 1 to 5th. 1 to 5th, I want to do everything in the one single system to make the thing little bit compared faster. Okay. So this computer, right, or the system would be a slave, or I can say the agent, is same thing, managed by the Jenkins. And what the slave will do, it will be managed my entire dev environment. And when I say dev environment, it means all the build things we will do here. Okay. And in our case, guys, we are doing 2 builds. Okay. One, we are building with the help of Maven, our Java code. And second thing, we are building the Docker image. You can get a separate system for the Docker image building, but here I'm just putting both the things in the same system. Okay. So we are building the Docker image also. For creating Docker image, I need Docker tool. For building Java code, I need Maven tool. Both the tool you should have in your slave computer. Okay, and who going to manage slave? My Jenkins is going to manage. So this slave, I will give some label. Let's say my label may be build. So this is a label I will give. Okay, because when you run the job, you should have to give some level over here. Okay, so let's start step by step. As we progress, I will show you further things. The only motto is what we are looking for. As soon as my developer posts new code in the future, automatically my client from the internet, they only connected to my production environment, they can see the new code. Client never connect to dev environment, client never connect to a QA environment, they only connect to the production environment. If you really want to check your entire CI/CD pipeline end-to-end work successfully fully automated, so your final practical for the day will be something like this. As soon as I push my code, within some second or minute, your code will be released to the production environment for that client. They can see from their URL. That's what you will see. Okay, so guys, this is the requirement for our lab. Okay, so what I'm going to do, we are going to launch these computers and do some internal settings. Okay, right now I'm doing this part manually because again, this is not a part of Jenkins. But normally, if you also want to make your OS to be automatic installed in this OS, automatic your build tool automatically set up. Okay, then there's a one automation tool that we use a lot in the real world, and very, very famous tool. Anybody from DevOps environment or DevOps world, or anybody from cloud world, they should know this tool. This is a must kind of tool. That's called Terraform. So we can use Terraform as a tool or a software. Okay, it again the automation tool. Okay, to automate of launching the OS, setup securities, hundreds of thousand things they can do automated for the setting up the entire infrastructure as a code. Okay, so again, we are not into Terraform training right now, but yeah, next week, because today, guys, tomorrow we are going to complete Jenkins. So next week we are starting Terraform. So it is highly recommend if you guys are belongs to DevOps field or maybe cloud field, both the fields, knowing and having the knowledge of Terraform in very detail is the must. Okay, otherwise most of the cases you might not be able to do the fully automation, right? So there's one thing. Now let's come to a main point. So I'm going to launch this 4 computer. By chance, according to our last classes, we already has 2 computer already running. Okay, so Jenkins Master already I have with me, and Slave also I have with me. So we don't have to launch these 2. So let me go to my Mumbai region. Okay, so what I want. So 2 system I already have, Jenkins Master, and one more I have is called Slave. Okay, so let me start both the computers. So master we already have, guys. We have done multiple things in the master in my last class, and Slave also we have. Okay, so what master contain? Master contain only Jenkins. Okay, and what Slave contain? Depend upon your requirement. What is the purpose of the Slave? In our case, we are going to use Slave for 2 purposes. Okay, we will use the Slave so that I can provide my Java code, and my Maven will build and create the final Word file or my web app. And second thing, I will use same operating system for Docker. So my Docker will build the Docker images. Okay, so for 2 purposes, I am going to use one system, or maybe you can get 2 slave, 1 slave only for Maven or 1 slave only for Docker. That will also be possible. But here I'm going to use same slave for both the part. So it means my step number 2 and step number 3, build Maven or Docker file can be done in one single slave. I don't need 2 slave as such here. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. So we have slave here. Only thing, because my system right now just up, so my IP might be changed. So something we will check very quickly. So this is the IP for the Jenkins. Jenkins. Master, and this is the IP for the slave. Okay. So first thing we will do whenever IP change, I told you, now in real world, we always make the IP fixed. It won't change, but if it change, we will go to this portal and whatever new IP of the master, we will update. Sorry, I don't know why I always go here. Manage Jenkins and in the configure SL settings. Okay, so we are updating the master IP change, and now your new IP of the master is this one. Okay, and save. This part is been done. Okay, now one more thing, my slave is already connected, but this time IP changed. The slave is guys looking for the new IP address. So in this slave, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do some change, and the new IP address of my slave today is this one. So I will change the IP address of my slave. That's all. Okay. And a small thing I'm also changing here, not so much required. I'm giving a label called Linux build. So let's go for this label only, Linux build mode. So this is my label name. Let me copy here. We will keep on using this level multiple times. So this is my level for the slave. Okay, so I'm not changing. So let me go for save. And let me relaunch that. So this one is being connected. So this setup, guys, we already had, and we have tested in my last class. So now we have master is running, right? And slave is also running. Okay, and we will use these two computers in the future. Okay, and this system will never be slave. I'm not going to connect as a slave, but how without slave, how you guys can automate something here, that's what the different point we'll see in today's class. Okay, so by the meantime, we'll do afterwards only. So let's do the setup till here. So let's proceed with this setup. So let's at least do CI part. Okay, step 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All the stage, this is called CI stage or CI part, I can say, of pipeline. I'm going to do in the slave only. Okay, only thing I need in the slave. Okay, and again, system guys will be launched by us, or inside this system we are going to set up by ourselves. Okay, so that's again manual process, but with the help of Terraform or kind of automation tool, we can make everything automated. This part also been automated, but right now I'm doing it manually. So in this slave, two things you require. You need Maven. So let me check Maven we have. Yes. And second thing, you require Docker. So Docker info command you can use. So we have a Docker with us? No, Docker I don't have. Okay. So let me install Docker. You guys know the command. In some of the classes, in my Docker class, I have given this command to you. So I'm installing the Docker in the system because this will be work as my Docker build also, the slave. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Installing Docker. And then setting up the Docker is so simple, nothing is special, right? Just install the Docker software and start the Docker services. That's all. So install the software and start the Docker services with this command. So this is also one of the way to start the services. Now me start right now, enable Maze to make it permanent. Okay. So Docker starts. You can use the info command to check. So as the command is working, it's my Docker is running fine. And this is the first time we launched the Docker. So in my case, I don't have any images with me, and I don't have any of the container running over here. Okay, nothing is running here. So this is the pretty simple command of the Docker we have, right? Now, setup is ready. Okay, so master is ready, slave is ready with their respective tool, whatever we need in the slave for build. Now it's time to go again back to the pipeline. Okay, Let's start writing the pipeline step by steps. Okay, so let's go and get the first job. That's the pipeline job. Okay, so I'm going to get a new job. Let's say this is the end to end pipeline. Okay, pipeline. Okay, and this will be your pipeline kind of job. Okay, and you to create a pipeline. So click on the pipeline. Now either you can get the pipeline directly from GitHub, or we can directly write here. So let me directly write here, and here they only support a language called Groovy. So what guys Groovy language has? Okay, that part they support here. Okay, so let me write one by one. So also increase my font because lots of things we going to write here. Okay, so you guys know we always start the pipeline with the keyword called pipeline. And my last class I told you inside the pipeline there's two main keyword we write. One is agent, one is the stages. That's what I told you my last classes. In agent you can use one keyword called any. Means if you have any of the, for example, you're running with 10 agents. Okay, so if you have one master of Jenkins, and if you're running with tens or hundreds of agents or against a slave, so any means my master can provide and run the job in any of the computers. Whichever is available that point in time, they will run. In some cases, it's good, but in most of the cases, it won't work because let's say I want to do a Maven. My Jenkins will provide this Maven job to this slave, and in this slave, Maven is not stored. This slave also Maven is not stored. Maven is also stored, only stored in this slave. So most of the cases, we have to always ask Jenkins that only run the job in this slave only. It is something like known as affinity. So I want to do a node affinity. Means I'm telling my master node that I want this job of Maven only run in the slave node. I want to connect this guy. I want to run only in this guy. Okay, and then for this reason, guys, we always take the help of levels. So that is the reason every slave mostly we give the unique levels. So how we can say this? Instead of any, okay, that's what I showed you in my last class. Any, we can write a block of agent, and here there's a keyword called level, and here we can give the level name. So whichever the slave you have, so guys, I already get the level put in my notepad here. Let me take this level. So whichever the node has this level or slave has this level, I want to run this job there only. Because my motto is I want to run a stage that has a Maven, and that Maven is also only stored in this particular slave. So finally that stages is going to run only in this particular agent. Okay, so agent any is not better practice. Most of the cases, better practice would be do a affinity. All the stages that we are going to run in the future. Okay, because you guys know we have multiple stages. So all the stages that we are going to run in the future only run on this agent. But we have one more thing we can do. I'll show you. You might have some requirement. I want particular stage will run in some other agent. That's also we can do. Okay, so it's like a global setting here. By default, all the stages you're going to run. For example, this is stage 1. This is the stage number 2. Okay, guys, I told you guys every stage we give some name. So let's say this is my SCM stage. Okay, according to my diagram, this stage is SCM, or let's say this is the stage called build by Maven. Okay, so all the stage, this stage 1, this stage 2. Okay, stage 2 will run only in this slave only. But we have a way. Okay, if you want this particular stage won't run here. They will run in different agent also. We have a way. I'll show you in some time how we can do. But right now, you can think is like global setting. All hundreds of stages you write here will run only in this event right now. Okay, this is one thing. Second thing is every stages. Now we have two stages. One is stage number 2. Okay, every stage has a multiple steps. Okay, so let me just write a steps here. So multiple steps. Okay, so let's say let me type a very simple step called echo I am in SCM stage. Okay, this concept I already explained in my last class. And let's say this stage has steps, multiple steps they have. So let me write echo is a one stage name. Say I am in Maven stage. Just for testing. Just for testing this code, I'm doing this. Otherwise, this code we already explained you in my last class. So in one pipeline, you can write the agent information, you can write the staging information or stages information. Okay, and much more thing you will do with this code. Guys, gonna very big today, but just for quick test, let me apply this code. When you apply, is your code will save, it won't go out. So what I'm going to do, let me open one more time this page, so I don't have to go back forth here and there. Okay, let me go to my pipeline and let me build now. Okay, let's see what happens. Okay, now you can see there's two stages, SCM and build by Maven. Both the stages run, and if you see here in the console output, both the stages run. Where they run? On this slave. Okay, my other slave which we have selected. Okay, and both the in this pipeline, both the stages will be run with their particular step and successful. Okay, even though guys, there's also a line here called pipeline steps. Okay, here they give you very quick information, right? So all the steps what you plan it been completely provided here. So they say first we start the pipeline. Okay, it takes this much second. Then we allocate the node or slave node with this keyword. Okay, then we start the body part. We start stage 1, then their respective steps. Then we start stage 2 with the respective steps. So it's a good way to see the entire visuals. Okay, and plus they also give you this console output also at this stage. What was the console output? Okay, at this part. So this is what they show you here. Okay, so this is one thing. But this code guys we already discussed in my last class, right? So what we are going to do according to our plan, our step is little bit different today. According to our plan, we have to write SCM. Okay, so guys, in my case, I already have the code, Java code uploaded in my HCM. Okay, and this code we are going to use for testing our Java application with Jenkins automation. Okay, so I'm going to use that particular code only. So if I go to my GitHub, okay, I already have Java code. So it's Jenkins. If I search, I will give the link to you. So it would be this one. So this is a Java code. If I open this file, in this file, I have a lot of Java related website app. So I open this folder. If I open this folder, then open the view folder, I believe. Then this is the my home page. So this is my website. And whenever anybody hit my website from this app, they will see this page. This page contain some message, welcome to Linux Code and something like this. So that's what they will see. So my developer, let's say, has created this kind of code with us. So I have an entire Java application with me. So let me get the URL of it. Okay, and let's put inside our code. So my actual step here is not echo. Instead of echo, my step is this URL. Okay, but guys, I told you my last class, here you have to use the steps, and step come with a keyword, and this is not the normal Linux command. Okay, it is the Groovy command for the declarative language. Okay, and how you will come to know which command we have to use here. So for this, there's a pipeline syntax you can use. Okay, and if your step is related to Git, just search for Git here, and the Git, type your URL. Okay, and type your branch name. In my case, my branch name is master only. Okay, so I'll go for master branch only. And if you click generate, it will create a code for you. Okay, it is a good tool. Most of the cases is very, very helpful. I show you today. We're going to write and get multiple code or steps. So this generate pipeline script tool is very, very interesting. So they create one step for us. Let me type this step. So my step, if you write wrong step, they will give arrow wrong here. Something is wrong. Okay, so let me write the right step. Okay, so this is the step we have created here. Okay, so in this case, I don't want this step. I only need my get step. Okay, and that's all. So according to my plan, my step number 1 has been done successfully. Even though my last class also I show you this step, so nothing very technical. But let me at least check. Okay, when I build now, so you see guys, and now this time they are downloading the data from the GitHub. After the download, my next step would be Maven. So build my Maven, and what I want to do, I want to do Maven package creation. And what is the command? So here we have to use Maven command, and Maven is a normally, but this was run successfully. Even though if you want to check, right, your Git has been downloaded successfully. Okay, and where the download, you guys know it is downloaded in your respective workspace. So in your workspace, entire data has been downloaded. This is the main folder where the Java code is. It's been downloaded from my GitHub account. Everything has been downloaded. Now, next thing is, according to plan, I want to build the Maven, create test and packages. And for this, guys, Maven is an MVN command. You guys know, for running any MVN command, you have to write a shell script. Okay, and for this, again, I go for pipeline syntax and check, do you have a way to run a shell script or shell commands? So we have a shell script, right? And here I want to run a command called Maven clean test and packages. Or let me use for only package. They will automatically do the test for you. When you run the package, first they do test only automatically, then they create the package. So this is a command I want to run. And then guys generate this level of script for me. Okay, and let me type my command. That's all. Okay, so we have this stage number 1 having 1 step, stage number 2 maybe have 1 or 2 steps, or maybe 1 step is enough. So let me go for 1 step. I don't need any print. Let me apply and let me rerun. Let's go. Now this time my step number 2 will be created. So till here, guys, we have done in my last classes, nothing new. It is again a quick kind of revision for you. Okay. Now after this will be a new things for you. Okay. So next step would be, I want to create a image. Okay. Image means Docker image. Okay. That's what a plan is. So guys, if you want to create Docker image, so I think I have already shared the video of how to get the Docker image. So to create the Docker image, your own Docker image, okay, what you put inside the image, you have to put in a code. And that code of the Docker is not a Docker file. So you have to create a Docker file. Inside this file, you have to write, okay, that I need my base OS to be Linux. Then inside this OS, I need my Tomcat as a app server. And then inside this Tomcat, I have my web app. with some extension, because this web app, mostly the extension is war only. Okay, this extension. Okay, so I want to copy this web app or deploy this web app inside my Tomcat server. Okay, for example, you guys know, if you have web server, Apache web server, normally in Apache web server, you copy the web pages in this folder. So every server has its own respective folder, document root, or it is also sometimes known as web root or app root. Similarly, also Tomcat also have their own personal folder that is called app root. What is the actual root or web root? I will tell you the location, right? So what I'm trying to tell you here is, what are the war file you have to copy in the Tomcat in their respective folder. The point here is, from where you get this war file, this step will create for you. The step number 3, or sorry, this one has created for you. So here Maven has completely done, and they successfully created in the target folder this file. So inside your workspace is your workspace. Okay, they have created target folder. Inside the target folder, they create some file name, is some name .xml, means is a web archive, web app. Okay, so from where you get the web app, a Maven package will give me. Okay, so I will take this web app and copy this web app in the Tomcat respective folder. Okay, now it is your choice. Okay, you want to start creating the image from very basics, to take the basic Linux, then configure Tomcat. Okay, then copy here. Or having Tomcat is very common, because Tomcat and mail server or database server or web server very commonly available. So a lot of guys has created a lot of images for the Tomcat. For example, if you go to hub.docker.com, here you find a lot of free images publicly. Okay, here if you go and search for Tomcat, so lots of Tomcat images available, especially from that Tomcat official image also available. So what does Tomcat image contain? Okay, when you download this Tomcat image, whatever the version you want to download, for example, multiple versions they have. So multiple versions they have, or maybe you can check multiple versions they have. Okay, so whichever version you download, what you will get in this image, you already have your base OS Linux plus your Tomcat already installed and configured. So rather than we will invest our time in this part, again, we are not in Docker classes. Those who know Docker, they know how to do this. It's not very big deal. I'm going to take this image. They already have Tomcat configured. Okay. Only thing I do is while creating my own image, I'll take the Tomcat image pre-created, plus in this image of Tomcat already pre-created, I will copy my war file. Anything that you change in any other images, it will actually create your new image. That's what we're looking for. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is, very quickly, I'm going to create a Docker file and say Docker file, my from image, you guys know this command, my from image is Tomcat with some version, this one, this Tomcat with some version. I want to use what it give me. It give me Tomcat plus my base Linux operating system. Then inside this image, I will do copy. So whatever the Word file I have, start, I will copy inside the web root folder of the Tomcat. And this is the guy's code for my Docker file. Very simple code, just a 2-line thing is completed. Otherwise, everything about Docker file, I have already shared the video to you. Okay. And when you compile this code of Docker file, let's go build this code of the Docker file. Okay, it will create a new image. What this image contain? Image contain Tomcat plus your web app copy inside the Tomcat, or I can say the web copy inside the deploy inside the Tomcat. So finally, what you achieve this part. Now you have your base Linux, Tomcat. Okay, both things coming from this image only, plus your web app being copied. All the three things you will get in your own image. Technically, your own image will be created. Okay, for creating your own image, what do you need? You need Docker platform. So right now in my slave, I already have the Docker platform installed. So what a slave I'm using right now, this slave, or what a slave I'm using according to my that diagram. So this slave already have the Docker installed. That's called Docker platform. Okay, so that's what we are going to do. So in my step number 3, we have to just create this Docker file. Okay, Docker file, and run this Docker file. Let's go build this Docker file to create your own image. Okay, this is the simple thing, and building this Docker file is so simple. It's one of the simplest Docker file we can create here. Okay, before I build, I want to go to my slave system again. I want to go to my slave system. And what I'm going to show you here in my slave system, that my slave system is the Docker platform. Okay, you guys know because we already configured, right? It's a Docker platform. Docker is running here, but in my slave system, I don't have any Docker images created. Neither I downloaded, neither I created my own. But anything you download or create by own, it always copy in your local system. The image always stored locally in local system. Either you create or download. If you're going to create, my Docker file will copy my image in my local system. Okay, but who will create this? I will tell to the Jenkins. Before this, I have to first create Docker file. The good thing is, guys, I already created my Docker file because creating is not big deal. So in my GitHub, this file is already there. Okay, so I'm going to use Tomcat image with this particular version. You can use any other version also. So I'm using some of this particular version, right? If you go down, some of the version I'm using here, and in my current, wherever I'm a Docker file. Okay, so where I'm running a Docker file, I'm running my Docker file from this folder only. So for example, if you go back, if you go to your workspace, so wherever your Docker file, same file folder or path content target folder, and inside the target folder you have your war file. Okay, see, that's what I've written here. So in the target folder, I have this war file, and this war file I want to copy inside this image at this folder. Why this folder? Because like in Apache web server, okay, Apache web server, your folder name is by default this one. Similar in Tomcat, your by default folder name where you put all the web pages or website is this one. How we know? Because it's Tomcat internal, you can check the Tomcat document also, you can get it. So this particular war file that I created here has been copied to this folder with this name. So this Docker file we already have, and this Docker file is already downloaded in my Jenkins workspace, because this Docker file I put into my with my code. Okay, it's not with the code, then we have to first create it by some kind of shell script. We can do very simply echo command you can use and put the data and create with the help of shell script also. It's not big deal, but rather than we create with the shell scripting with our, somewhere I can write one shell scripting here, something like this: sh echo from keyword Tomcat store in Docker file. Okay, something like this we can create. Okay, so rather than I create by some of the steps, okay, well, we have already uploaded this code in my GitHub. It is actually good practice typically. Okay, so my developer or my DevOps team, I told you my last class, DevOps means both the teams work closely, so mostly. So my operation team will create this file with the help of developers and they upload in the GitHub. So the way you want to manage that will be your choice, but yeah, we have Docker file with us. Okay, now next step would be So guys, I'm going to create one more stage here. Okay, according to our plan, I'm going to run the third stage. Okay, in the third stage, what we are going to do? Okay, we are going to build Docker image, build Docker own image. That's what we are going to do. Okay, and if you want to build the Docker image, then we have to use a Docker command. Okay, Docker command, Docker build. Then you have to give your option code T. T means what your image name you want to give. So let's say my image name would be hello test image one. You can give some image name. Then you can tell where your Docker file is. So Docker file is there in the same folder where the workspace is. So I can write dot. Dot means your current location. If your Docker file is in some other folder, test folder, for example, you can give the path. But right now, wherever this job is running in the same current folder, okay, same workspace, same workspace. Sorry. Workspace, we have the Docker file. So Docker file is there in my current location. So we can, in Linux, we can write dot normally to represent current folder. That's all, guys. You're creating your own image means the step number 3rd has been completed. So when apply and let me run again. Let's see what happened. Will create or not. Let's see. It is trying. Okay, file is failed. Step number 2 is done right, but step number 3 has been failed. And why they fail? This is because maybe because of the security. And if you try to run the Docker command, you are not permissioned. Okay, because right now, guys, we are running all the job with the Jenkins user. Okay, and I told you guys Jenkins user have no power in all the admin commands. So this is the admin command power we need. Okay, so for this, you have to run your job with sudo command. And if you remember, when I configure slave in my initial classes, I configure my Jenkins user in my slave system with sudo power. Okay, and that is the reason we can run the sudo command. Let me show you very quickly. In my slave system, okay, so when you install Jenkins, Jenkins will create one user called Jenkins user, and the Jenkins user we have given some sudo power in my initial classes. No, actually in this system we haven't provided. So let me quickly give it. So even though if you write sudo also, it will fail. So what you have to do in a slave computer, okay, to open this file, and you have to give a Jenkins user to run all the command with all the powers. So there is called sudo power you have to give. And first time they always ask the password. I said no, don't ask the password of your own. Without password, let's you run all the commands. Okay, almost same line what I written here, I written over here. Okay, why? This is what I explained in my initial classes when I explained you the slave part. Okay, so Jenkins user, we are giving the same power. Why? Because when you run the Jenkins job always run with the power of Jenkins. Okay, this is the one thing. Even though I believe we don't require here, because right now my system has been logged in with. Let me show you. Even though we don't require over here this part, I believe. Why? Let me show you this way. Instead of this command, let me comment this line, guys. This is a way to comment this line. Instead of running this command, let me run one command called who am I to check behind the scene Jenkins login with which user, right? Because if you're giving the power somebody, you should know which user they're using behind the scene. Okay, who am I will tell me the username, what username they're using. They're not using root user, that's for sure. Are they using Jenkins user or some other user that will print? And that user will give the power. So let me check. So it's run successfully. And let me directly check here the log. So they're using this user. So they're not using a Jenkins user. Okay, use it. Why? Because guys, if you remember, when I configured the slave, that time I tell this guy that in this slave, we will be logging to this slave by this user. And that this user is getting AWS server, AWS EC2 instances, and AWS, this user is by default have sudo power. Okay, so this user already have a sudo power in AWS. If you're running your slave in other computer, you can give this user a power, the different point, but in AWS, this user already have the sudo power. So typically you don't have to write this. If you write, doesn't matter, and it won't create any issue, but you don't require. That's what I'm trying to do. Okay, so don't do anything changes here. Only thing you have to do is you just run. Can we comment this line? You run sudo command. So behind the scene, they log in with EC2 user, and the user has sudo power already. So they run this command will be run, right? And let me apply, and let me again run this job. But before I run this job, I want to show you in my slave computer, I don't have any image till now. But as soon as I run the job, if the job runs successfully, you will see you will have your own custom image that is created by you. So you'll see you will have your own image. So step number 3 has been completed. But who gonna use this image? Some other team. So you have to upload this image somewhere in some centralized computer. Okay, so you have to write one more stage, that's stage number 4. Okay, guys, now from the stage number 4, you will see some more interesting thing about pipeline, some more interesting powerful concept I will explain to you. Okay, but let's see what happened at stage number 3. That's what they're doing, and they're working fine. There's no error. Let me see the console output. And console output, the image has been created successfully. Okay, now you will see in local system, your new image has been created with this name. With this name. 22nd ago, this image has been created. Okay. The only challenge is in this example is, okay, when you run your job one more time. Okay, let's see you run one more time. Okay, when you run your job one more time. Okay, so again same pipeline start. Okay, why you want to run one more time? Because maybe some more code been changed. So I would like to run one more time my job, and when you run one more time, okay, again new image created, but the older image will be overwrite. Okay, so now this job completed, and what you see again, if you go up here or go back here, your older image has been removed. Your CDC has been removed, none, and new image just 27 back. New image will overwrite. Okay, it is okay for you. That's okay. Otherwise, mostly it is good practice. Whenever you create Docker image, we always want to get a versions. Okay, like this image version 1 tag is not a version here in Docker. Second image version 2, third image version 3, fourth image version 4, version 5. Okay, so we have older version copy also. So in new image when we create and when we provide this image to my other team members and that one are working fine, so at least they have older image to work on, so they can anytime roll back. Okay, so having the versioning is always very good. So we don't have to maintain the version of code because code versioning is maintained by our Git or GitHub. So they maintain the code version. So code can be go back into older version or roll back to the older version. It has been done by your SM tool, because SM tool is also work like a version control system. But in Docker, by default, they don't maintain the versions. You have to maintain it. How? By changing the tag. Okay. So how can we do? So for this, what can you do when you create the image here? We can give a version. Let's say v1. The v1 is called version, or maybe also known as tag. So we can give the v1 as a name. Okay. So let me apply. Now this time when we build my code, you see your new image will be created. Okay, but your older image will be there only. and now they have both the versions with you. Okay, but only challenge in this process here is, even though let me show you. Okay, your older image, whatever version they have in latest was there, but now 8 seconds ago, one more version created. Okay, now you have both the copy with you, with the older image and the newer image, whatever version name you're given. But the only challenge, guys, in this entire process is, okay, whenever you run your pipeline, you have to manually come and change this word, V2, then apply, then run the pipeline. Okay, sorry. It means this is also a manual process. Okay, so it means every time if you want to maintain the version, you have to come here and change the version. Okay, so again, it is also manual process because I want everything automated. I want as to my developer, I upload the code, this pipeline run, and automatically version change. I don't have to come up here and change the version. So how can you make this thing automated? For this, we can use one interesting concept of the Jenkins. So this will come up, right? But again, manual. I want this thing to be automated. So how this can be automated? Okay. So for this, we have an interesting concept of Jenkins. So let me take this topic separately. In Jenkins, let me get one job. Let's say this is a test one job. I'm creating guys a normal freestyle project. Okay. So guys, in the Jenkins, okay, so this is a new job created. And let me just run some command here, just for to show you something. Let's say I'm going to run a command called echo hi. Obviously, guys, when I run this job, hi will print. You guys know, nothing special. Okay, hi will print. Okay, but every time I run this job, always hi will print. Always they print hi. But my requirement is a little bit different. What I want, whenever I run my job, they ask me what name you want to print. Okay, whatever name I give, that name will print, or their name will be used. So I don't want to fix my name high here. Okay, I want when the job runs, job will ask me the input, and based on my input, they will replace this part. Okay, so how we can do? So there's a way, guys, we can give the input in the job. So whenever you run the job, we can provide the input, and that input you can use anywhere. Okay, and that input is also known as parameter. Okay, and for this you have to make your job parameterized. Means if you go in the top in general settings, there's option here. You want this project to be parameterized? Yes. Okay, how you want to give the input? Okay, so it is something like this. Like in form. So you want input box, you want choice box, you want true or false box, you want to multi-line password box, that you normally do in your HTML form. So let's say I want my input given as a string, like a text box. Okay, so in text box, what is your variable name? Let's say I want, whenever anybody give the input in the box, that input is stored in a variable as X. So a name is actually a variable. Okay, that's all. So I'm just adding one variable in here. Now, in this case, whenever this job run, this job will always ask you, okay, for the input. After you give the input, then only this job will run. And that input, let's say I give the input Vimal, so Vimal will store in the X. So X is like a parameter or also known as a variable. Now it is your choice where you want to use this variable. So in this entire job, you can use this variable anywhere. For example, I can use this variable here also. Or because this is a variable, so variable normally used with this dollar symbol, $X. In this case, what you will see, okay, you see guys one interesting difference here. As soon as enable the parameter, your option will change here. Last time the option was build now. Now because the job is parameterized, they automatically give the option. They give the option of build with parameter. Now it means when I run this job, the job stop running, and they say the job you have to give the input, and this input is stored in X variable. Let's say I want to give the input X, Vimal. So Vimal will store in a variable called X, Now I build the job. Now in my entire job, wherever I'm using variable X, that variable will be obviously replaced by the value. Now this is job run. This time they give the output. From where this will come from? The will come from the parameter called X. Okay, and some more settings we can do here. For example, I can say the description. This is for your name. This is your password. This is your some settings, something like this. Okay, so that's good. Or you can set a default value also. For example, if somebody don't give the name, by default the value will go to the next word. So some default settings also can go. Means we run the job, by default name LW come up, and this is a description come up over here. I don't change, by default value will go to LW. Okay, so wherever I have the $X variable, that will be replaced with the LW. Okay, so here we can see the parameter name also. This is what the parameter we have set. Okay, this one. So in the job, in most of the cases, I show you most of the cases today. In most of the cases, whenever I want a job to be done or run, or the job can be pipeline run. So either I'm running, they will ask the input from us, or they ask the parameter from us. Okay, and based upon the value I input, they will do the further pipeline. They use this variable and what a value we provide as the input, either default or that we provide. Okay, they will use somewhere in the steps. Okay, this is one thing. But one more interesting thing is this variable X we created. Okay, this is called user-defined variable. Okay, user-defined variable. Right, your choice. You want to create a variable string type, or we can come here create one more variable. You want to create a variable something like password type or choice type. For example, for password type, let me give the variable name P. Okay, is this a variable name? And maybe let me use P somewhere. Again, maybe I want to just for checking, I use $P. In this case, when I build two input they ask, one is your X, let me give the X name, and second my password. That's been logged because it's a password. So I click on change, and now here they give me, let me use some name. So it's a password type. When I build, they run, and wherever I'm using this variable, maybe I can write some script. I can write if an else condition, if your password is this one, then we download the data from the Docker. Otherwise, we do something else. All the things we can do. So this is what I type. So they print it for me. Okay, and it's a related password. Okay, so these parameter, or also known as variables, is created by us. It's called user-defined variables. Okay, but when you create a Jenkins, okay, Jenkins has their own lots of internal variables what they create for you. For example, one of the variable name they have is your name of your project. Project is test one. This also is stored in one variable. When you're running the job has job ID 4.3. This also being stored in one variable. You are running Jenkins on this IP address. This also stored in one variable. Okay, and lots more Jenkins versions and some hundreds more things, what tools they support. Okay, almost all the main thing, okay, they store in the internal variable. This is system variables, or also known as environmental variables. Okay, so those we have already created, we don't have to create by ourselves, and those value automatically fill, but you can take the list of it. How? So in here you can, there's one link here, a list of all available environmental variables. Okay, and these are the environmental variables we have. Okay, for example, we have the variable called job display URL. Okay, we have the variable called your build number, your build ID, job name. Okay, build tags, node name, Jenkins home, job URL. Almost all the major attribute of your job they store in these variables. These are the pre-created variables. For example, if I'm looking for my job name, or let's say I'm looking for my build ID or build number, let's say build number. Okay, build number. So what I can do, I can just type directly here build number. Or let's say just for printing, okay, echo dollar build number. Because it's a variable, so I will use dollar. But build number you don't have to create. X and P we created, it's called user defined. We created. But these variables, that's called environmental variables, is we don't have to create, we can directly use it. Okay. So let me show you. So let me first remove this. I don't want this. I just want to show you this as a concept. Let me also remove this. I don't want this. Save. Now if I run to build now, okay. So we are using some variable that is called environmental variable. Is being created by Jenkins, and they fill the value of it automatically, depending upon the current job. So what you'll see, my output will be 5. Why 5? Because they automatically come to know this time my job ID is 5, and they pick this value and store in that particular variable. It means if I run my job again one more time, okay, because this time my job ID is or build number is 6, automatically they store that variable value would be 6 and they print 6. Similarly, if you want to print build IDs or maybe build tag, for example. So example, if I go for build tag, build underscore tag. But let me print one more thing together. Save it will save our time. So let's say I want to also print my my build display name. You know, this kind of name they print, or maybe let's say I want to print my job name. Okay, dollar job name. So these variable they have inbuilt. This is called environmental variable. So every job has a different job name. So when I run the same code in other job, they will print their job name. So here, if you see here, okay, they print the entire job name test1, and they print the this one, the build tag. Our build tag content, this is fixed format. Jenkins, then job name and the build number. Okay, so build tag content the 3 things: Jenkins, then your job name, and the build number right now is 7. That's what is the print. The print. Okay, this is one thing. One more small thing I want to tell you here is, if you want to run something like this, okay, echo, this is test. Okay, normally we write echo in the double quote or the single quote. Okay, so in this case, if you try to run it, just want to show you. So maybe I have a string, and inside the string I want to put some of my variables. So if you want to put your variable inside the string, okay, it will print the thing for you. Okay, so there's no issue. Right now I'm using shell scripting. This is a shell scripting. So inside the shell scripting, okay, inside the shell, because this right now this is shell script, right? This is because I'm using Linux shell. So shell scripting. So inside shell scripting, if you want to give your variable name directly or put somewhere between the string, it will work. Okay. But there might be case I want to give my job number. For example, my requirement is something like this. I want this is test job PH. You know, something like 7th job, 8th job, something like this. Okay. In this case, I want to print this message. I can give space, it will work. My job name is 7th, 8th. But if I don't give the space, okay, because my motto is I want to print 7 th, 8 th, you know, this kind of notation I want to print. In this case, it won't work, but they feel this is a one kind of variable, but this variable will not exist. In this case, what happened? Let me show you. So normally with the string, if you want, what I'm trying to tell you guys, with the string, if you want to use a variable, you can use it, especially in this shell scripting. But here it's not printed the way I wanted to print, right? So th doesn't print, right? some of the part they print, or even the entire part they skip actually, because they won't find any variable with this name. So if you want in your shell scripting, okay, your till this part they treat this guy as a variable and the remaining part is a normal string, as a normal string. So in this case, you can put this guy into the curly braces. Okay, by the curly braces, we are trying to tell that whatever inside the curly braces is your variable name, replace this value with their value. Whatever things before and after is not a part of this variable, they treat as a string and print as a string. Okay, now in this case, if I try to build or run, okay, then what you will see, if the shell script support the syntax, then what you see, this is what the output. This is this test1 job. You know, test1 my job ID and th also print together. But technically test1 come from the variable and th come as a normal string. So this concept, guys, is a very common concept in any of the programming language. This is normally known as string interpolation. So we are interpolating the string. This is called string interpolation. Okay, that's all. So this is some information I want to give to you. Okay, so guys, these information gonna help us in some. Now, at least now we know build tag is a variable who always change. Okay, but right now, guys, this is just a shell of the Linux. But in the pipeline, we don't use shell actually. In pipeline, we use Groovy, and Groovy syntax is different, the keyword is different, the way we write the variable may be different. Okay, but idea is in Groovy also we can create a parameter where capability to take the input and give the output. So when the job run, the pipeline run, they take the input and then they print that output. Plus in the Groovy also we have a capability to capture the environmental variable. Okay, and take the value from the environmental variable and use it somewhere in the pipeline. Here I show you how to do in the normal job with the shell scripting, but let me show you how we can do the same thing with the Groovy. Okay, after you're comfortable with this, then we will again come back to this example, and here we're going to use some concepts somewhere here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let me show you the same demo one more time. Okay, creating a new job. It's a pipeline kind of job, and here I will do the same thing with the help of Groovy. Okay, so in the Groovy, okay, if you want to create a parameters, how we can do? Okay, again, I want everything to be parameterized with the help of pipeline, right? So let me use a pipeline here first of all. Pipeline. So how can you create a pipeline with the pipeline as a code? So you have to create a parameter with the help of pipeline as a code. So again, let me use agent. I'm again using agent just to type quickly and okay. Now, and again, we always write as stages. Okay, so we have multiple stages. And in the one of the stage, let's say my stage, one of the stage is let's say first stage. Okay. And again in the stages we have multiple steps. Okay, multiple steps we have. Okay, and now in the step, let's say I want to print a message for echo high. So it's straightforward, simple pipeline. When you run, they will print the message echo high. Okay, but always they print the message echo high. Again, same concept. I don't want they print the message echo high. They fail. Let me check quickly why they fail. Okay, they fail because high is not a property. Why? Because I write high as a normal text, but at real this is string. So string in the Groovy I always write mostly in the single quote. That is the only thing. Okay, so they always print high, but I want when the job run, Okay, they will ask an input that's called parameter. So I want my job or pipeline to be parameterized. Okay, so how can you make your pipeline parameterized? Okay, right now this output gonna come up, output is high. Okay, but how can you make your pipeline parameterized? For this, okay, in the pipeline we have one keyword called agent, one keyword called stage. We have similarly one more keyword we have is called parameter, parameters. Inside this, we can write our parameters. Okay, depend what kind of parameter you want to write. Is a string type, password type, boolean type. Okay, let's say I want to create a string type. So we have a string as a one kind of function. This is again one type of parameter. Okay, but every parameter guys stored in one variable. Okay, so what is a variable name? Let's say X is my variable name. Okay, so we have one keyword here, name keyword colon will tell that X, you are a variable name. You are the variable name. It means whenever I run this job, the job will ask you input as a string input, a normal text input, and that input will be stored in X variable. Now, whoever want to use X variable in the future, they can use, but this input will be stored in the X variable. It's almost same thing. I show you with the normal job, but if you want to do the same parameterized with the help of pipeline, this is how we can do. But you don't have to memorize this, right? If you just search in the Google, the Jenkins pipeline parameter, okay, examples, you will get syntax from there. Okay, in the pipeline syntax, okay, you will find some examples here. Okay, so in parameter, you can find some examples. So some example you'll see somewhere. String. So you can find some string function and this one string. Okay, and through the string we can give name of the string as a variable name. We can set some description. We can set the default values. All the settings we can do. The way you see from graphical from the job, same thing you can do by this way. Okay, so let me do same setting. Let's say I want to set my variable name X. Okay, and I want to set my description here. Let me copy from here. This will save our time. Okay, so let me copy this entire part from here and let me paste. So this is what the syntax is. Okay, so variable name is deploy env is your variable name. Default value is let's say staging, the different value, and description will be this is my environment name. That's all. Now, where you want to use this variable, that will be your choice. Right now, I'm not using this variable. That would be your choice. But let me first run. Okay. Now, because you change something in this job, so let me refresh this page again. Okay. Or maybe let me, because I already run my older job. So let me build now. Okay. After first build, because normally to do it initially, right? Let me again refresh. So basically, this option will come up after one or two refresh, this build with parameter, because now they detected my job has some parameter. Now this option is going to come up, build with parameter. Now this time when I build my pipeline as a code, they're asking me, okay, that you have this variable name. Okay, do you want to change your value? Let's say I want to write production and build it. Okay, that's all. So your production as a value is stored in this particular variable. Now, whoever want to use that variable, they can use. Okay, but nobody using in my example by chance. But whoever want to use that variable, they can use. For example, let me show you how we can use. So when anybody provide this value, if you don't provide by default value staging, But if I'm going to provide this is a variable name that contain my value. If this variable name I want to use somewhere in my speech, in some of my steps, how can we use? Okay, so we can give the variable name like this. Okay, like this. But in this, if you write in this way, okay, because there's multiple way to get the variables. This variable we created, इसको user defined variable, or this variable is created by parameter. So I can say this is a parameterized variable. Some variable come from environments. Okay, so to differentiate, this variable is a parameterized variable, is not coming from the environment variable, the way I explained to you. So we have to write a keyword something like this. Okay, keyword is called parameters params s. Okay, by using this keyword, okay, we are telling that this variable is user defined. We have created somewhere on the top. It's not coming from the inbuilt or system or environment variables. So whatever value we pass that time, that value you use here. And what I want to do with this value, echo print, and what else you want to do, you can do it. So my point here is, if you want to call or use any parameterized variable, this is the keyword you have to use. It's a built keyword from the pipeline as a code. In this case, if I run again build, let's say my value is dev. So dev value stored in this variable. And now this variable we are printing somewhere. And because we're printing somewhere, so what you will see that we are able to call very much successfully. Okay, that is when printed. So this is a way we can use this. But there's a possibility. Maybe you want to print entire string. This is my environment by take care something. And if you want to use a variable inside your string, now this is string, this is string, this is a variable. To tell this is a variable, again we have to use a same syntax that we use in shell scripting. It's called interpolation, string interpolation. So this is a syntax we have to use. By this syntax, we are telling from here variable start, and by cultivation start and we are telling my variable and here. It means when I run my code, okay, echo will print string as it is till here. After this also they print as it is, but between this they will replace this value with the value of this variable. Okay, so this is how in the Groovy we are, let's say my name I'm giving here. Okay, in the Groovy we can do a string interpolation. Okay, so that has been created, and now we say between this my name has been printed. So this is how, guys, in the pipeline as a code, how we can make our pipeline parameterized and how we can call the respective values. Okay, similarly we have other type of parameter also. If you want to take a Boolean type, choice type, you have multiple choice we can give. So drag and drop box come up, we want to choose 1, 2, 3. Password type, you want to give a password type also, so you can use. So let me take this example. This is a good example to check, even though they're also printing everybody. So let me take this entire example. It's a great example to test everything. Okay, copy. And let me put this entire code over here so we can test all the different parameters. Okay, so 1 minute. So let me create, guys, entire one document for you. Otherwise you will miss some of the data here. 1 minute, guys. Let me create one document for you. I stop sharing my screen. And let me go to my Jenkins respective training folder of yours. And I'm creating one doc for today's class. Okay. So this was the code we have created. I'm sharing this code to you. Okay, and let me copy this code available in the document, and let me test also this code. This code contains all the main different kind of parameterized, right? Now, when I run this, they will show you all, because guys, it takes 1 or 2 refresh to load the new code. Let me refresh again and build again for 1 minute. Now guys, everything come up. Okay, so this box come because of this line. A string type. By phone name is called Mr. Jenkins come up. But let's say I want to change my name to Vimal. This big box come up because of text box. Okay, the value is empty, so that's what this box is empty. Let's say this is text box. Okay. This tick option come up, tick, untick, like a true or false. Okay, so when I tick, it's become true. When I untick, it's become false. This box come because of Boolean. By default, it's true, meaning they are enabled. Otherwise, you can change it, the value will be disabled, false. This choice come out 2, 1, 2, 3 because of the box called choice with this value come up. Okay, and password box come up with the secret value is a by default. Okay, this box. We're going to change. Let's say this, I want to change to Red Hat, for example. Okay, now we're going to build in my code. Somewhere we're using entire value because these are the parameters. So this is a variable name. I'm calling this variable. This is a variable name. I'm calling this variable with the params keyword. So where I want to use this variable, this is a way either want to print or you want to use somewhere else to call in this way. Okay, now everything has been printed. Let me show you. Now everything's printed. I selected my name. I selected toggle false to my password and something like this. So this is the way how we can make. I'm sharing this link to you in your document. Okay, so this is way, guys, how we can create a pipeline as a code as a parameterized. Okay. Similarly, this is the variable we created, right? If you want to create a variable, so if you don't want to create a variable, and if you want to pick the variable from the environment, how can you do? Okay, so for this, we can first check all the environmental variable available in our job. How can we check? So to check all the environmental variable in your job. Okay, so for this, let me first remove. I don't want any of this. I don't want any of this. Okay, so if you want to print all the environmental variable available, so we have one function called, not function, I can say command called print env. And this is actually Linux command, so I'm using ss command shell to run the Linux command. Okay, so I know because this job is going to run on the Linux only, so this command run. Otherwise, in the Windows, you have to run set set command or some other commands. Okay, so ss is running the command on the Linux only. So this is one command. This command will print all the environmental variable available here. So let me build. It will again after build with a refresh. So let me again run. And this kind of warning come up because last time my job has the parameter, right? Because now we remove the parameter. Some setting won't remove automatically. So what can you do? You go to configuration and here to manually sometime remove it. Sometimes they don't remove, so to manually remove it. Okay. So I think they removed, I believe. Let me again run. Okay. Now what they do? All the environmental variable available, they print for us. So one of the variable name called job URL, build tag, user, Jenkins home, mail, job name, build ID, display number, all things they printed for you. Now, whichever the variable name you want to use, you can use. For example, I want to use a variable name called build tag. How can you use? The way you normally use, right? So these are the environmental variable. Okay, and environmental variables we can use directly. Okay, or I can say if you want to use the, let me comment this line. Let's say I want to print this variable. Now you have to differentiate this variable we created with the help of parameter. If we created by ourselves, then we have to use the keyword called params. It's a parameterized variable. But this variable is created by automatically by the Jenkins. How? In the environmental variable, then we have to use a keyword called env. To differentiate, this is the environmental variable. This is how, guys, we normally write here. Okay, so let me check whether it's working or not. So now they will only print the build tag value. That is, they only print the build tag value. With my Jenkins, P4 is my job name, 12 is my job ID. Now it is working. Okay, but because this is environmental variable, so there's one more way, guys, to print the environmental variable. Right, let me comment this line. This is also one of the way you can write. We don't have to use env, right? Without env also we can run. This is also one of the way we can use. So if you don't start with any keyword, they automatically treat this guy as an environmental variable only. So any inbuilt or environmental variable, you don't have to type env. Without this also, it will work. Okay, it will work. Let me show you. It will work, right? But better practice, I suggest always use env to then have more clarity. And if you have any string interpolation, for example, single quote, this is a string, then variable name by, again, same idea you can use, right? You have to use this kind of curly braces, right? So if any variable you want to use somewhere between the string, then you have to use this kind of curly braces to use. Okay, this is also this is the way we have to use. So this is about environmental variable, and this is about a string interpolation, and it's also about about how to do a parameterized. Okay, right now it is not printed; they print as it is, right? Why? One more small thing I want to tell you. There's one concept, guys, in most of the language. If you type any string in single quote, they print as it is. Okay, they print the variable name also like a normal string. To tell this is the variable, I don't want to print the variable value as a string. I want to print the variable actual value. Okay, so for this, it is a very common concept in most of the programming language, not in Python, but in most of the programming language, you write the string in the double quotes. Okay, double quote means, okay, in the string, if you have any variable, don't print this variable as a string. Whatever variable value, print that particular value. Okay, so there's also a difference between single quote and the double quote. Most of the programming language has this concept. Some language doesn't have. For example, Python, if you know, in Python, single quote and double quote has the same meaning, but in Groovy or other language, single quote and double quote has a different meaning. Okay, now this job run, and now here you can see the string between this whatever value they have the print for us. So this is, guys, about environmental variable, string interpolation, and about the what I say about parameterized. Everything I explained you with pipeline also and without pipeline also. This much information is enough. Now these things we're going to use a lot while writing the code or pipeline. Okay. For example, according to our use case, I want every time my Docker build, my version automatically change. So you know one thing, guys, when you run the pipeline, the thing that always changes is your build numbers. So I can utilize this power. Every time you build the job, your build number change. Okay, and because build number changed, so you can use that build number as a version number of your Docker image. So automatically the number changed, and automatically your Docker image number also changed, so the image won't be override and multiple versions going to create. Okay, and how can you pick the build number? You can use this build tag. And good thing about build tag is they contain your project number and name also. So in the future, it will also sometimes helpful which project created this build tag. Okay, so I'm going to use, instead of v2, I'm going to use this part. Okay, and because this is a variable doesn't work in single quote. You have to use double quote here, otherwise it won't work. Okay. And second thing, technically according to assets, this is actually entire part is string. Technically we are printing running the string as a command because of assets. Okay, but technically it's a string, right? And the string, I want this part would be take from my environmental variable. Or because this is variable, so I use this thing in the curly braces, the way I already explained to you. Okay, I want this value come from the variable, and what are the value would be replaced here. Okay, that's the idea. So guys, this again very simple thing, right? But to explain this concept, I give you this entire long route just to explain the entire concept of parameterized and environmental variable. Now onward, okay, any these kind of uses you have. For example, you want to store somewhere your project name, job URL, job IDs. You want to use somewhere. In my case, I'm using here. Okay, you can take the help of your environmental variable, or sometimes you have to create your parameter value also. Maybe, for example, you want to ask, okay, which URL you want to build. I make it fixed, but if we can ask also, or maybe we can ask in the Git, I want to go for which particular I want to say the branch, master dev branch. So whatever branch I write, that branch will be replaced here. That branch code will be downloaded. That's also we can do over here. Okay. So right now let me go for this example. Now in this case, when I build again, now my Jenkins image will be built, but this time what you will see, okay, your Docker image automatic have unique and new version number or the tag, and it's always unique every time. See here, this they created behind this. So this is my image name and this is my version or the tag. But next time, say it's 18 seconds ago I created. Next time I run my job, I don't have any issue. Next time it will always create a new. My older image won't be alright. It means they create a multiple version of it. So having the versioning in the code is very important. That is managed by your SCM systems, GitHub. But having the version, okay, in the Docker image is also very important, because we don't know if this new version is not working. So I can go back to the older version or roll back to older version in my production or other environment to keep on running our websites. Okay, so that's all. So till here, guys, this step has been done. Step number 1, 2, and 3 has been completed. Now it's time to move to the step number 4. Okay, let me guys show you the step 4, then we go for a small break very quickly. Okay, so let's go for step number 4. Okay, 1 minute, guys, please. 1 minute. I'm holding for 1 minute, please. So guys, how we can we can now upload to the registry. Now for this, depend, you want to create your own registry, or you want to go for public registry, or you want to go private registry like ACS, ECR. Okay, depend, right? But right now I'm just showing this demonstration with the help of Docker Hub. Okay, so I believe almost everybody has a Docker Hub account. Otherwise, you can go to hub.docker.com, is a public registry. Just go and create the account. Okay, and after creating the account, go and log in. Let me show you very quickly. In my case, I already have the account in Docker Hub where I can create my images and upload here. Now, after I upload my image, everybody in the world can use my images. Okay, so how? Just go and register this, and after this, register, sign in. In my case, my username is Vimal13. Okay, and my password is something I don't want to tell to anyone. Okay, and after I log in, I will end it to this page, especially my repository page, and all the images that I uploaded is listed here. 7 months ago, 10 months ago, some year ago, right, is uploaded here. Okay, this is an image I uploaded 4 hours ago, but these are the images I have in my account. So this is the public registry or repository. And anybody can upload, and anybody who, if your image is public, anybody can also download. Okay, so how to upload? Very simple. Okay, very simple. If you want to upload the image, if you guys go through my Docker classes, you guys know. But to upload the image, okay, you have to first log into the Docker Hub in the command line. Okay, and then run the Docker push command. But here I'm going to do this thing with the stage. So let me create one more stage. Okay, and one step would be I want to push image to Docker Hub. Okay, this is what my stage number 4. For this, the first step would be is again you have to run some Linux command. And Linux command would be Docker login. Obviously, guys, from here, from other computer you want to upload to Docker Hub. Obviously, you have to first log in, right? I mean, so that you can upload in your account. Okay, so Docker login, and Docker login, guys, you have to give your username. In my case, my user account is Vimal13. This is what the account I created in my Docker Hub, and I will give my password. Let's say password is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's not the right password, and I can type my right password here. There's 2 reasons: because it's live training, you guys can see my password, and second reason is it is not good at all to type the password in the code, because somebody get the code, I share the code somebody, they can get my password. Okay, so it's not good practice to type the password directly. So what we will do, I'll tell you what to do for this. But this is wrong password. But this is one command I want to run. Okay, and after I log in successfully, then I will have to run one more command, and this command will push my image to the Docker Hub. Which image? This image. Okay, and this image, the complete name is this one. Complete name is this one. I will tell. So image name fixed. But at this point in time, my version is V1 upload, my version is V2 upload. So automatically this variable value will be again exactly the same. That image will be uploaded to my Docker Hub. That's all, guys. So in this stage, by chance we need only two command to use. Okay. But only challenge is if I type my right password here, thing will work. There is no challenge. I will when I run this code, my code will be uploaded to the Docker Hub. Okay, but I can't type my password here because of 2 reasons I told you already. It's not good at all to give the password here. So what can we do? So whenever, guys, you want to type your password or credential anywhere in Pipeline as a code, or want to use somewhere else, okay, Jenkins give a facility. Rather than you type your password here, Jenkins give you a one box. Jenkins give you one box. Okay, So in this box, you can go and type your password. For example, my password is, let's say Red Hat is my password. I can type my password there. Jenkins give me this box name, or it's called ID. And this ID I can use in my code. So in my code, I will give the reference. Say, I am looking for the password. I'm not typing my password here. My password is available, let's say in ID number 123. So go to box number or ID number 123. You can get the password. So Jenkins behind the scene, whenever this code run, Jenkins behind the scene will go to this ID or this box number. Inside this box, they will go and pull the password and use behind the scene. So you don't have to type your password here. Okay, you have to just give the ID of that box. And this box is typically known as here called secret box. So Jenkins has given a secret box to store our password that is called credentials. Okay, credentials. We have to just give our box name or the secret ID to our code. But how to get this box? Let me first show you. So this is again facilitated by Jenkins. So I'll go to one of other page, and if you go to my dashboard and creating the secret box, you have to go to Manage Jenkins. Inside Manage Jenkins, there's an option called Manage Credentials. So let's go to Manage Credentials. Go to Manage Credentials. And here, if you want to store your credentials, okay, even though guys, if you remember when I configure the slave node, that time I store my EC2 user password. That's also stored here only. When credential, you want to store your password, then you click on global. So I want to store my credential globally. So all the jobs can use those who want to use. So click on globally. Okay. And here there's an option called add credentials. Means you want to add some more credentials here, means some more login and password. Add credentials. Okay. Now you want to store username and password, or you want to store SSH username and password or key. Okay. The multiple things you can store here, especially the login and password kind of thing or credentials kind of thing. In my case, I only want to store my secret data. It's called password. So here I want to create one secret box. I want to select the secret text here. Okay. And here what are the password you type here inside? Okay, you can type here. So guys, I'm going to type my password here. I'm not going to share it to anyone. So this is a password actually of my Docker Hub. So actually I'm typing my real password of my Docker Hub here. So you can think inside this box, I type my password, but this box should give some name. That's called ID. You can give any ID. Okay. Let me give my ID is called Docker Hub Pass WD. Is my ID. So wherever they store the password, this box or the secret text, we given a box ID, or is also known as the reference name. I'm going to give this some description. This is my Docker Hub password. That's all. But this is how we can create a secret box, typically known as secret data or secret global settings in the Docker. Only important thing is this particular variable. So this also guys one kind of variable, like we have parameterized variable that we create. We have a variable called environmental variable that Jenkins automated for you, and this also one kind of variable we have where we create extra somewhere else some values. This is the value with some variable. So this is also one kind of variable, but this variable is called user secret global credential kind of variable or variable ID. Okay, this has been stored over here. Even if you click over here, you can't see the password. Okay, one more thing interesting that I want to show you here is one more thing they maintain here. Okay, this is the variable that contains my secret or the password. If I click here, they also maintain one more thing, that this credential is not recorded by anywhere. I mean, nobody has till now used this. This is also one good tracking Jenkins is doing for us. Nobody using your password till now, because we are not using this password at till now in any of my job. But if somebody use this password, they will tell you here which job is using this particular password. Okay, this is also one good thing they try. Okay. Now, how can we use this box or this ID in our code? Where I want to use over here. How can I use this password here? I can't directly use in this way. For example, in this way, it won't work. So it won't work in this way. Okay, it's not like a normal variable or the environmental variable. If you want to retrieve a password from the Docker global credentials, we have a function for this. Okay, function is called with credential function. Again, you don't have to create the function. You can check the document of the Jenkins. Otherwise, what can you do? You can go for pipeline set syntax. And here we have a step available, and you want to create a function with credentials. There's a function available. Okay, with credentials function. It should be here. Otherwise, to go and check in the document with this one, binding credentials to variables. This function we're looking for. Okay, and here what they do, all the password that you have in your centralized global page, right? You know, EC2, Jenkins, Docker will be pulled over here. So which one do you want to use? You want to use for secret file. Okay, do you already have? You already have? Yes, I already have in the Jenkins. Okay, which one? Actually, they are not showing you here. It should come automatically. You already have actually. So they're asking here to create one more time. No, I don't want to create. 1 minute. I already have actually. So I want to. So let me create one. So I can at least I get the syntax here. By just this tool is, I think they give you the this is just a tool for creating actually. So let me create very quickly secret text. Okay. Let me delete this one. Okay. Let me also delete this one. Let me go for secret text. Okay, now this comes right. I said the wrong one actually. This secret text. I already have. Okay, this credential. And you can give a variable name. Let's say this is the Docker hub password for code, some variable name I'm giving here. Okay, local variable and generate. Now this is the guy's code they created. Okay, what this code means, this function has a capability to retrieve the password from these settings. In this setting, they have password in this variable, or this one. For which variable I want to retrieve the password? I want to retrieve for password from this variable. So this is what we write here. I want to retrieve password from this variable, or this ID, or this box. And this password I want to store locally in this particular variable. So this variable I can use somewhere. So this is the one step they created for us. Okay, now we can use this step in our normal step. Somewhere here I can use this step. Okay, and inside this step, because this is a function, inside this function we can write some block of code. So this code I will write inside this. Why? Because I want to use this variable. This variable is the one who contain my password, and this variable I will use a normal, the way I normally use the variables. That's all. Okay, so this is how we can get the password. Okay, so again I'm repeating, guys. From a global credential, this is my ID, my box. In this box I retrieve the password, and this password I will store in my temporary variable in my code. I can think, you can think is like a environmental variable they create, something like environmental variable they create, and this environmental variable I'm using over here. Okay, now it means when I run my this stage, two steps will run. This step number 1 and step number 2. Step number 1 will log into Docker Hub, and for this they take this password. Now, by chance, guys, you're seeing me right now, or if I share my code anywhere in the world of globe, mostly we put the code in GitHub. Nobody, okay, accidentally, if they also share, nobody can get your password. Your password is not shared to anyone. It is always there inside your global master system. Okay, that's what it works, right? And because you want to run the Docker command, you run the Docker command with sudo command. Sudo, and this is also sudo. And one more small thing, guys, I want to tell you. If you want to upload any image, if you want to upload any image in the Docker Hub, okay, your image name start with your account name also. So this is syntax we always follow. Okay, so if you guys go through my Docker file video, that I explain you why. But right, the syntax is any image that you want to upload in your Docker. This is your Java, for example, my new is image name. That image has some versions, v2, v3, v1 versions. Okay, but the image name always start from your account ID. So whatever account ID you create in the Docker Hub, same ID you have to use. So the actual syntax of the image name is your account name, unique to you, then your image name, and then your version of the tag. That is a reason whenever you create the image, you create the image with the same syntax only. Image name, your account ID of the Docker Hub, then your image name, and then your version. Even though let me give my image name a little bit more simple. So the Vimal30 is my account name. Then let's say this is the Java web is my image name, and this is the version. Okay. Same Java web I'm creating. That's all. Now this time again same thing. By this time we will build the image with this name. It's stored locally. After it's stored locally, then I log into my Docker Hub, and then I post the same image into my Docker Hub. So that is the entire process. So let us check. Let's build. Till now, we don't have any image. Right now, I don't have any image with Docker Java web, right? So if this pipeline runs successfully, so entire, step 1, 2, 3, and 4 will be performed. Okay. So right now all the steps is happening behind the scene. Let's see. Wait for some minute. Now it looks very fine, done successfully. Let me check my console output. So get downloaded, my Maven package done, then my image created, and then I log in here. They won't show the password, but they should login succeed. Okay, it means my credentials is working fine. Then we push the image, and my image has been uploaded. And this time, guys, my image is uploaded with this particular version. So if I show you here, if I refresh my public account, my image has been uploaded. Okay, with Java Web 1 minute ago. Here we uploaded a version with this. This is my version. It means if I run my job one more time, okay, my locally my version won't be override, and plus also in my public repository also my version won't be override. Okay, so it means any point in time, if anybody want to use any of the version, they can use it. So this version you want to deploy on AWS Cloud, Docker Platform, Swarm Cluster, Mesos Cluster, Kubernetes Cluster. All right, you have all the versions available. Whichever version you want to run, deploy, a rollback, you can do. There's a beautiful thing. Now you have two versions available of your images. Okay, why I want two versions? Because I have changed my code, so I want all the versions would be available. Okay, so this is guys about this part. Now finally I want my this Docker image to be run. When I run, you will see the final website. The fifth is done. After fifth is done, save part is done. Then we go CD part. So let's go for a quick break of around 25 minutes, right? And we will continue. So around uh, uh, 5:15, you guys will continue, right? Any query, guys? I'm not taking any query, even though we are very late. And after today's class complete, I will take your entire queries, right? So we'll resume uh, at 5 is what 5:20 I should, right? Break time. Okay, I see you. So guys, let's continue now. Very lots of interesting things yet to be done, right? But yeah, finally we have done all these 4 stages, right? Now fifth stage would be I have my dev environment. Okay, it is something like this. I have this environment, and the same environment I want to launch my web app, right? So that my developer can see how this website look like. Okay, and if they're happy with the website, then we move to the QA environment, and then I'll show you how to do the things differently here. Okay, so right now we are working everything inside the slave system that is working as a dev environment. Okay, final fifth thing and the fifth stage would be okay, so let me copy this particular stage, copy, and where the stage completes, maybe here, where it is, let me check, maybe here, yeah, maybe here. Okay, so this stage would be we are going to deploy our web app in dev environment. Okay, now it is your choice because we have put our content in sorry in the Docker image, and this image we have. Okay, so we can run this image rack, that's all. And how we can run is very simple. So we have a Docker run command. Okay, if you guys know the command Docker run, this is a command we can run, and we can put the container. We are going to run a container. I can say I am putting in my background. That's called daemonize mode. Okay, and this container I'm going to give a name. Okay, and let's say the name would be my Java app. It is the name of my container and the OS. And here I'm going to use this image. I don't have to use dot here. So from this image, I'm going to launch a container with this name. Okay, and put the container in the background. But guys, if you go through my Docker classes, that I told you container always run in the local system. You don't have a outside world connectivity. Okay, so I have to do patting here. Because inside this image, we have a Tomcat running, and Tomcat is running on the port number 8080. So I'm doing the patting with the port number 8080. Okay, this is a pure Docker command. It means wherever Jenkins running, for example, my Jenkins is running on my slave system. Okay, having the slave, having the IP address, this one. So anybody come on my base system, there is a public IP in this system on the port number 8080, they will connect to Tomcat. Right now, they are not able to connect to the Tomcat because this port number is not working right now. Even though if I show you in my base system where my dev environment is running or slave system is running, in this case, I don't have any port number 8080 is running. Okay, so I want my base system run with 8080, and this 8080 will connect to my Docker container. I don't have any container running right now. I have the images. From the images, none of the container is running. Okay, so this line will launch a new container. Okay, with from this particular image. So that's so simple. Now, if you have the image with you, then launching the environment won't be a big deal. Okay, so let's go and apply this and again run this code. If you see this website run right now is not running, run, then entire pipeline is working fine for us, right? So let's just build very quickly. Okay, by the meantime the building, let's move further so it will save our time. Okay, so now this part is done. Let's say it worked, and my step number 5th is done. Okay, and let's say after 5th step, everything working fine, website is working fine. Now we move to step number 6th. So from the dev environment, I want to take my code to the QA environment or the test environment. Okay, it means I have the image. This image I already load here, run it and test it. That's what I'm doing right now. Okay, and if you think now image is working fine, web app is working fine, save image, whatever there in my Docker hub, right? I will upload and send to my test environment. Okay, so the way I explained to you, okay, till this part we have done. This is the dev environment, and dev environment, guys, is the slave system managed by Jenkins master. Now I want to put my image in my QA environment or the test environment. Okay, this system I don't want to manage with the Jenkins directly. Means I don't want this system to be work as a slave. You can make a slave, right? But let's say I don't want to manage Jenkins. Let's say is purely done, purely part of my developer environment. And this is a different team. They have the other set of tools. Okay, but what I would like to take the help from Jenkins, and what I want, Jenkins will come to the system without being a slave. Jenkins will come to the system and do something for us. What I mean by this, let me explain you in this way. So I have the Jenkins running somewhere as a master. Let's say this is the IP address 100, and I have one more computer or working as a QA environment or a testing environment. Let's say IP 200. Okay, I don't want to make this system as a slave. I don't want to connect this guy as a slave. This is an independent computer by the different team. Okay, so this is not at all the agent for the Jenkins. But what I want from the Jenkins is whenever the new image created and tested by developer team, this image, okay, I want to deploy in the system. So my QA team can check and they do the remaining testing. Okay, and this part I want Jenkins will do. So how we can do from the Jenkins, right? So if this is not a slave and you want Jenkins will come to this system and do something for you, so only way to do is to do remote login. And for the remote login, if the IP 200 is the Linux system, so we normally use a protocol called SSH. It means I want Jenkins master will do SSH the system, do remote login. And after remote login, all the steps what you want to perform, you can perform. Let's say one step, maybe I want to download this image. So I will pull this image. After pull, I will I will run this image as a container. Okay, so my new container start, then I will do some test. Everything working fine or not, something like this. Okay, so this setup, guys, I don't want to use slave, but if you want, Jenkins will go inside the system and do something for you. Then you have to ask Jenkins and say, this is system, just do one thing, do a remote login. Okay, with the SSH protocol, because this system, let's say, is Linux, and with the help of remote login, do the remaining settings. Okay, so what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to launch one operating system here. But before this, let me check my job is running fine or not. Yeah, it's working fine. Let me very quickly check my console output. According to output, we run the job Docker container successfully. If it's there really successfully, then I can see my website. Okay, I can see my website, even though it's not opening. It's not, it's again because they show Docker. According to Docker perspective, my Docker container is running. Okay, they're running Catalina, means that Catalina is a program in Tomcat. Okay, and they exposed on port number 8080. Anybody can connect. Why they're not connecting? Because of firewall. So this system is running in AWS, and this system has some firewall issues. So what I'm doing here in this system in AWS cloud, in this system in AWS cloud, I'm changing something in security, and there's some firewall rule that's called security group. by the help of security group, I can enable this port number. Okay, so I go to edit inbound rule and say anybody come on port number 8080 from anywhere in the world, allow them. Okay, so this is again simple security reason from the AWS cloud, because my instance is running there only. That's all. Okay, now if I try to hit this, now you have a Tomcat server running, and this is the Tomcat internal internal I can say the page, but your app is not this one. So actually the way the code has been created in my GitHub, I'll show you in the code. In the code, if you go and check in the code, if you go and check your actual name of the app, if you open some of the pages, not this one, if you open some of the pages, you will see the actual name of the app what is running here is Java app. So there's some file I'll show you somewhere, but the actual name of your app running is this one. So the actual path where the app has been deployed, I'll show you some way. Okay, is Java-web-app. How can we see? I'll show you some way to check. Those who know Tomcat, there is a way to check, but I'll show you how to check. But this is the actual path where my app has been deployed. You can see here, this is what the output is. So if you see welcome to Linux world, our contact details and some hello docker, something like this, if this page come up, it means your app is deployed successfully. And this is the IP address. Example, IP is 27 in the last. So this is the IP address of the dev environment. So IP 27 is the part of dev environment. And if it's working fine, now it is time to move our app from dev to the QA. Okay. So by the minute guys I explain the QA, I would like to run my job one more time. One more time. Why? Because maybe this time if I run my job, this might fail. Let me check. Okay. So by the meantime, let me explain a further thing. So what I want something like this. So I want my QA environment will also deploy the same image so they can do the further test, whatever test they want to do. And here I want everything automated. So we will take the help of Jenkins, and how Jenkins will do, they will do the remote login with the help of SSH. Okay, but before this, I need this computer, right? So let me launch one more computer. Okay, one more computer in the EC2. Okay, so right now I'm launching this computer manually. Okay, but typically if you want to do everything automated, then you can take the help of Terraform. Okay, and with the help of Terraform, we can contact the Jenkins. Jenkins will contact Terraform, and Terraform will launch this instance automatically for you. And all the setting, whatever you want to do inside this OS, Terraform will do for you. Okay, and this is one of the part of the Terraform. Otherwise, Terraform can be used for lots of powerful use cases. Okay, there's a different point. So, but let me launch this OS, and let's say this is my QA environment. Okay, and I'm allowing by chance all the port number, right? Just for so we can typically test the things. So I'm allowing all traffic, so there will be no issue on the security. But this OS, I'm enabling SSH. I'm attaching this particular key to login. Okay, this key is important because this key will give the Jenkins to do something. So I'm attaching the AWS training key, something like this. Okay, so this OS has been launched. Now what I'll do, I will tell my Jenkins log into this OS with the help of SSH. And you guys know, if you want to do SSH, you need three things. You need the IP address, you need the username, and you need the password. In our case, I will use the public IP of this username. Mostly in AWS, it's easy to have an user. Password here, we have set the private key in this OS. Okay, so Jenkins will do and log into the system. Now, if Jenkins want to do SSH, okay, By default, guys, Jenkins is just a tool for automation. They don't know how to do Git. They don't know how to do Maven. So everything they have the plugins. Similarly, Jenkins also don't know how to do SSH. So we have SSH plugin available in the Jenkins. So if you want Jenkins will do SSH to one of the computer, you have to install some SSH plugin for the Jenkins. Okay, to perform this. So I want to log in to this particular OS. Who will log in? Jenkins. Jenkins will want to log in to this OS. Before this, I have to install SSH plugin. Okay. So I see, guys, this time my job failed. Okay, why they fail? Okay, they fail because not of pipeline, because of my Docker. So anybody who know about Docker, in the Docker, if you launch a container, you can't give the container same name again. Okay, so what we'll do, either we can give a container different name by putting some kind of unique IDs here, or typically I don't want to use the same container again. Okay, so what can I do before we launch the container again in my dev environment? It's not image, it's a container, right? Container like OS. So what can I do? All the older container, whatever the running, we can stop and remove. Okay, and if you want to remove and stop both of them together, you can use this command rmf, f forcefully first stop, and then rm is remove it. And what is my container name? Java. Which one? This one. Got it. That is the reason, guys, they fail. Okay, so point here is, before we run this job, we'll check if this container available is stop, right? If is this the case, then they first remove, clean it, then they launch the new container. Okay, image we have a multiple versions, right? But container is always we want one, because it's the one single OS I need from that particular version, whatever version available. Okay, that is the reason, guys, they fail. Now this time when I again run, it won't fail. That is the only reason why they fail, right? So I don't want to run it again one more time. It will work, obviously, but let me save this file. So to have the setup of QA environment, I have to install one plugin. So I'll go to my Jenkins, and how to install plugins, you guys know. Manage plugins, and if you search for available and search for SSH, multi plugin available, but here we are looking for the plugin known as SSH agent plugin. Okay, that will help us to store the password, okay, of the SSH remote system, and plus they do also remote logging for us. So don't install this plugin SSH. We want SSH agent plugin for this purpose, the purpose I explained to you. Okay, and let me install. So this plugin we need. Okay, now let me restart, because plugin installed, it will obviously restart the system. Now the next stage would be, I'm going to launch the 6th stage that would be deployed to my QA environment. Okay, so how we will do to the QA environment, let me show you. So let the system to become. Log into my account. Let me also refresh this page. After login, log out, it will actually remove our details. So I have to add, guys, one more stage here. One more stage, and in this stage, now we are going to deploy web app in the QA environment, or I can say the test environment. Okay, for this, okay, I don't need this particular agent, right? This agent, because all this is guy right now working in this agent. my dev environment. This is my dev environment. Okay, I don't need this agent. This is one thing. Okay, so I want my this command will run into respective operating system. Which one? In my QA environment. In our case, what was the QA environment? The QA environment having this particular IP address. I want to run here. Okay. For this, you have to use one step. Okay. So step would be something like this. So I'm going to pipeline syntax, and my step would be my SSH agent. So if you just search here SSH agent, okay, this one. So this name will come after you install the plugin. So this will give you the way to auto connect. Okay, and here the system that you want to connect. Okay, that you want to connect, you have to store the login and password. Okay, so again, the login and password, guys, I don't have, so I would like to add in my Jenkins credential provider. Okay, this login and password. Okay, and here I want to store the login and password with my SSH username and the private key. Okay, and my username in the SSH is EC2 user. Okay, the username of my QA environment, and the private key I have already in my laptop that I will have to directly download here, add here. So private key I would like to use in my system is is what is AWS training, right? I don't know. Okay, let me first stop sharing my screen. So my key is let me check which one I attached. Key that I connected here is AWS Training 2022 that I already have somewhere in my laptop. AWS Training, yeah. AWS Training 2022 key. So this is the key, guys, I have in my laptop. I copied this key and I will paste here. Okay, so I store my password as for private key, my username inside the credential global setting. Okay, I'm going so giving the ID here. So it says ID would be my QA environment SSH credentials. Okay, this is one unique ID I'll give here. It's just for the reference. It's like a variable name for some purpose, right? And let me save this. Okay, now here I'm going to create a step here. So there's a multiple, because I have two name with me, right? So let me go for this one and let me create this pipeline. Okay, so this is what they create behind the scene. What is this? This number, this is my ID. What I mean by this, let me show you one more way. So if you go to your dashboard again, if you go to manage Jenkins, okay, if you again go to same page of manage credentials I show you today, if you again go to global, okay, global settings, all right. So here, guys, even though if you see here, all the login and password is stored here. Okay, this is the username we stored in some of my last classes that has this ID auto-generated, and this is what we created today. Again, intentionally I give a unique different ID today, this one. Okay, so username may be different, same, but this may have a different private key for different system. So this is the ID we have to use here. Okay, so I think I choose the wrong username. Let me go back to my screen and let me select a different username here that will give you a proper ID. So here, this one proper come up. So having ID is again very important. Otherwise, if your username is same, it would be a lot of confusion. Okay, so this is a block of code, is one of the step. And what is this step will do for you? This step will help us to connect to that remote system. Okay, and here I will use this step. So this step, know my login and password, and this login and password will be used to connect to my remote system. In this case, remote system is a QA. Okay, and in this remote system, whatever command you want to run, you can run. For running the command, you can use SSH. Okay, and what command you want to run? So in the remote system, I want to do SSH. Okay, I want to do SSH on the user called EC2-user, and their IP address is this one. IP address is this one. Is this one. So anybody who know SSH, this is a command we use in SSH to do remote login. But we can do also one more thing in SSH, guys. After login, if you want to run only a date command, you can type a date command. So this command will log into the system with this username. Password come from SSH agent from the central system automatically. They feed the password, they log in by the private key, whatever we have here. And then we run the date command there and automatically log out. So this is, guys, one of the syntax of the SSH command. Those who don't know SSH, this is what we can do. But in our case, I don't want to run my date command actually here. Okay, instead of the date command, I want to run this command. This command. Copy and paste. Okay, this command I want to run over here. So technically, okay, from the Jenkins, I will do SSH to my QA system IP address with this username. Internally, they will ask the password given by this credentials, and then they use the sudo command and to run the Docker container in that particular system. But this thing we will run multiple times, so it's always good practice. Before we run this command, we always also run one more command. Same way. Okay, same way we'll do the SSH again. Okay, and first we'll try to check if this container is already available. So we'll first delete this. So otherwise there will be conflict will be created. Okay, so first, if the container is already available, we will first delete the the container, or stop the container, remove the container, then we'll start our container there only. Okay, that's here. This is your slave. If you're a slave, then running the command directly there is so simple, right? If you're a slave, then you have to do a remote login with SSH every time when you run any of the command. Okay, and here I don't want to pass password and key. This is what we store the password in our centralized credential, global credentials settings, right? This is what. One more thing, guys, if you do SSH first time, for example, Jenkins is going to do SSH this system first time. And first time, guys, they ask you yes or no. Whenever you do SSH, they ask you yes or no. And Jenkins won't provide yes or no behind the scene. So you have to disable this checking. Okay, so in SSH, guys, there's a one keyword. Those who know SSH, even though let me show you. Those who know SSH command. So in SSH, guys, if you want to disable, whenever, guys, you do SSH first time, let me show you very quickly. If you do SSH to one of the system, let's say this IP address. Okay, and you are trying to connect with this user. So whenever you do SSH first time, they ask you yes or no. Here I can say yes, but Jenkins can't say yes, right? Behind the scene, right? So whenever you run any command in Jenkins, it should be non-interactive command. It won't be interactive command in the automation world. So for this SSH option, if you see the help of the SSH, okay, they have the option. This is called O. Where is O? There's some option O here. Okay, somewhere maybe here. And inside the O, they have some option available. Even though I can show you the manual of SSH. So if you search for O, okay, so there's a multiple options available. And if you go again search, and there's a multiple options available, one of the options that we are looking for is this one. I want my key checking to be disabled. So we have an option here called strict host key checking. By default value is true, we have to make it false. Okay, so what we have to do in this command, okay, this is not with respect to Jenkins, but in this option, by default value yes, I have to make it true. If I do so, it means whenever I do SS first time, there's only issue first time only, they won't check the yes or no, and then I click connect. And if you know the password, they connect. In my case, I don't have the password, so they will fail. But yeah, they won't ask you yes or no. So this is what the option, guys, we are going to use here. Only in the first step. Okay. This is one small thing. That's all, guys. Otherwise, everything is the same. Okay. But only requirement is in your QA environment, you should have a Docker setup done. Right now, because this setup we have launched ourselves manually. But if you launch with the help of Terraform or something like this, we can do all the things done automatically. But right now, let me do the setting manually. Okay. So in my QA environment, I'm setting up my Docker manually. Okay, and this is a new setup. And in this setup, we don't have any images and we don't have any containers also running, right? So let me start the Docker. Right now in my Docker, I don't have any container running and I don't have any images also in my QA environment. Okay, now everything is good. So what you will see in this pipeline, if everything is good, okay, so you will see in this particular pipeline, okay, it will be automated. Okay, it will be automated, and according to our plan, okay, my image from my dev environment will move to the QA environment. Okay, and if I really move to QA environment, so anybody who will hit to the IP address of my QA, and they can see the website. Okay, right now it's not there because my pipeline is going on. And here, my website is hosted in this particular path, or also known as route. So when somebody hit, they will see this site. Okay, so IP 27 is my dev environment. IP 238 is my QA environment. So let me write here. Okay, IP 238 is my QA environment. My pipeline is going on, everything is good, then it will be hit to the QA environment. Okay, let's see pipeline is going on. So, yeah, it looks very fine, fantastic, no issues come up. But let me check the logs, and you see in the log last time, so they run this particular job in the QA environment. Okay, and they download the Docker images. Okay, after download the Docker images, they launch the Docker images successfully on the QA. It means you should see the data of the web app in the QA environment. Right? Exactly what we have in the dev environment exactly come to the QA. Okay. Fantastic working fine. Now, almost same thing we are going to do in the production environment. Almost same what we have done in the QA. Only difference is before we do, I am looking for the manual approvals. Okay. After this stage, 7th, I want to add one more mini stage in between. Okay, and that would be approval from my QA team. Okay, and how they approve? Maybe they check something, or maybe they test something. Let's do some testing. Okay, now depending guys what test you want to do. For example, right now, according to me as a human being, I can test does Linux core is coming or not, does India is coming or not, and something like this. So I can say if this is coming, look and feel is good, there's a gray color, there's a learn more button is working, not working. So this is my test, right? But this is what we're testing human being, but I want my test to be done automated, right? So how can we test? It's very simple. So multiple tests we can write, but one of the simple way you can do is this in this URL. If you're looking for this in this code, if India is not coming, right, then my test failed. It means my developer missed something. And I also want India to become in capital letter. Okay, so how we can test? So we can use some basic Linux command. For example, I can run curl command and type this URL. Okay, so it's a command line browser. Same data come up here. But in this data, I am only looking for India. So I can use the command called pipe grep command and say grep, just search for India. India is there. Okay, I say India is there in my email ID. But let's say I'm looking for Indian capital. Yeah, India is there in the capital letter. Okay, if India come up in your output of the grep is a Linux command, it means, let's say this is my requirement of my customer. They say in your website you should have India word. Maybe it doesn't make sense anything, but maybe let's say this is a requirement they have. And to test this requirement, okay, I want to do this thing automated, and for automated I want to run some command, and this command is one who check. Okay, and in this output, if they find the output India, it means what we're looking for is right. We found it. It means my test successful. But let's say somebody say we're looking for India to entire word to be capital letter. It's not visible. It's not come up. It means that my test failed. One small thing is curl command give you this information here, the download speed and other things. So we can use curl command and the option called hyphen silent, not to show you unwanted thing here. So we can focus on main output. Okay, nothing come up is my test failed. Okay, but right now we know nothing is come up and your test failed, but how can you tell to the computer? So whenever you run the curl command and search for the grep, and grep is not able to search something for you, behind the scene they give you error code. And this error code you can retrieve from your command line by this variable. So is 0 come up? For example, if you search for India only with I capital, output come. So we can search. So this command runs successfully. So this is one symbol in command line. Okay, they will give you a code 0. 0 means last command runs successfully. It means whatever we're looking for in my website, it means this is what we are testing is successful. But if I run search for India capital letter, it not come up. So 1. 1 means is an exit failure. Okay. So normally in the command line, if you run the command and if they give the 0, it means they are success. If they give 1, it means they are failure. Okay. And again, it is so important. Why? Because if I run this command, let me show you this command normally by putting in our Jenkins. Okay, for example, if I run a normal Jenkins job just for testing, okay, normal job for example, freestyle, and in the job of the Jenkins, it's a normal simple job. If I run this command, any command you run, and if this command grep is looking for this India in capital letter is not visible here, so grep command will behind this and give exit code 1. That is called status code. That's called error code. And this error code is a way through which we are telling our Jenkins that this job failed. So this is one signal we are sending to the Jenkins job that your job, even though they run the command successful, but what we are looking for and what we are testing is failed. So finally, you see your Jenkins job will fail. Why they fail? Command run successfully, but behind this command will give you internal code 1, that's called failure. So they will tell the Jenkins this stage or this job failed. But if let's say I try to search other thing, let's say India in I capital India. In this case, this word available. It means what we are looking for testing is there. So this command behind the scene will give the output. There's a different point, but they also give you the status code or exit code 0, that is for successful, and they'll tell the Jenkins that is this particular code is successfully, and you can say is a pure success. They also give the output, they're different point, but they also give you the job is successful or not. So what I'm trying to tell you guys here is, okay, here is, if you want to tell the Jenkins stage or the Jenkins pipeline or Jenkins job, the job is fail or successful, they need exit code or the status code through which they can check the job is fail or successful. Okay, this is one thing. And according to our plan, I want my QA team will check something. Lots of checking and testing they can do depend upon the requirement. Let's say I want to do a very small testing. My testing is this one. Okay, this one. This is what the testing I would like to do. My test is to just check India. This is one. Like this, there might be hundreds and thousands different tests or different test cases they might have. Okay, but let's say I would like to write this test as one more stage. So I'm going to create one more stage. Let me copy. And after this is some test. This stage is QAT team test. Okay, and what they are going to do, they are going to run only this particular command. The command is curl silent on the website with pipe grab India as a capital letter. That's all. That's what the test they will perform, right? I believe I have some curly braces issue. This is close here, this close here, this close here. We have one extra curly braces we have to write here. Okay, that's all. In this case, test run. So by this, my QAT team, okay, come to know this test passed or not. Okay, after test passed, then we will give them the approval. Okay, and if the approval is done, then they release, otherwise they won't stop. How we can do the approval, I will show you in a minute, but let me run this code very quickly. Again, guys, testing thing, we can do hundreds of things, right? For testing, I just write one small test just for quickly check. So this is what guys they are doing, like testing here. Now, after testing done, my QAT team will approve the things, maybe let's say manual. How do you approve? I'll show you in a minute. But before this, let me first set my production environment also. Again, it will be same kind of setup. I don't want my production environment to be work as a slave. The way I show you in my QA, this is an independent computer. Okay, but Jenkins will finally, after my QA team approve, my Jenkins will go to the system and deploy my code. Again, with the help of SSS, exactly the way I show you in the QA. Exactly the same way. So I'm launching one more OS for my production environment. Same way. So this is my prod environment. Let me allow all just to quickly test the thing. Okay, again, I'm adding the same private key. Obviously not good practice, but I'm just adding the same private key. Okay, so this is my production environment. And again, we are going to set up the production environment with the Docker, because finally I want to deploy my app in the Docker thing, the way I show you in the QA. And Jenkins will log in. So for Jenkins, we have to set all the things that we already set. I'm going to use the same setting from a global credentials. Okay, but before we deploy anything in the production environment, okay, I want one approval in between. Okay, so how can you set the approval? So let me show you how can you set the approval. If I want to go for CI/CD, here D would be delivery, means I'm looking for the approval. Okay, how we can do? Before this, my job failed. Why this failed? Let me check very quickly. They failed because they tried to curl this website and they not able to find something, I believe. That's the reason they fail. Okay, let me check this URL, why we don't have the data. Yes, we have the data. We have India over here. It should work. Let me run one more time. Okay. One of the reasons they fail is, okay, because this stage, okay, after this stage quickly run, or because they run very quickly. If this stage, guys, behind the scene they are running Docker run quickly, and inside the Docker, Tomcat is running and Java application running, and normally Java application will take some second to launch. Okay, so according to my stage, we launched Docker successfully and we moved to the next part. But inside the Docker, my Java app is running, and normally Java app takes some second, 1 to 5, 10 seconds to start completely. And before this, my curl check. Okay, my curl check, and that point in time, my app is not started. Okay, and that easy reason, guys, this command try to check this, and they don't find the data, and that is the reason they show you fail. And for this kind of use cases, we have a concept in the Jenkins that's called retry timeout. So we can set something here that run this command after 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Because let's say normal scenario with this takes some 10 seconds to launch. So I can say I want to hold this stage for 10 seconds. Then after 10 seconds, I want to run this particular stage. So in this kind of scenario, we can use this kind of concept of timeout and retry concept. How to use it, I'll show you maybe in some time, but let me go for the next part right now. Okay, so again, they're still running. Let's see what happened. Again, they failed because of the same reason. Okay, same reason. So let's just for some time, let me comment this line. So if you guys want to do multi-line comment, this is syntax we can use here to do a multi-line comment. Okay, I'll show you how to add the retry and timeout and some time. But what I want to do here, okay, I want to do the same stage for my production app to the production environment. Everything is exactly same. Only difference would be the IP of my production will be different. Okay, will be different. So let me change the IP of my production system. This one. Otherwise everything same. I'm going to use the same image and other things also be same. Okay. In my case, I'm using the same password. So that's I don't want to change. Otherwise, good practice is always here to use the different password of the production, right? So this is one thing. But if you do so, after this stage, if you directly launch the deployment without approval, obviously you can do multiple tests here. If all the tests pass, then this will run. In my case, guys, this stage will fail, so this won't run. But if this stage pass, then this run. But everything is run automatically one by one. Then it is called auto approval. Okay, and it is called continuous deployment. But here I don't want to go for this. I want to go for manual approval. Means after this stage or maybe after the test, here they will ask me for the approval. That's what we are looking for. Okay. So again, for a while, I just want to comment these lines. I don't want this line to run automatically. For format, let me comment this line also. Okay. So I want after my QAT part done, they will go for the approval. And before the approval, let me do one more small changes. I have to set up my Docker in my my production system. Yum. Docker y and systemctl enable Docker. So in one command, guys, everything will be configure. And guys, give 1 minute. I'll just come back, and after this, I'll show you the next part. So guys, in the production system, I don't have any Docker images, and I have no Docker PS running. It means if anybody hit to the production IP address, okay, at this port number and this particular uh, path uh, of the app they hit, they won't see anything. Nothing has been deployed in my production environment. Before this, I want approval. And for approval, guys, approval means what? I want when my job run here, when the job is running, here's some kind of pop-up come and say QA test is done. So do you want to approve to go ahead, yes or no? Okay. If I say yes, they go to next stage. If I say no, they abort my they stop my pipeline. That's all, guys. The approval is. And for this, guys, in the Jenkins, we have one kind of function available that's called input function. Okay, so let me show you guys this input function separately to give you the idea what is this. So let me get a different job, or I can see the pipeline P5 something. Okay, so in we have, guys, in the pipeline in the pipeline. So let me very quickly copy the code, some of the part of the code, so we can do it very quickly. So this one. So this is stage complete, this stage stop, and this is pipeline. So we have, let's say it's called approve stage. And we have one function, guys, called input function. Okay, what this function will do? What this function will do? When I run this function, let me run very quickly. This again one of the function. I can say this is one of the stage. I can say not the stage. I can say step. So I will forget to write the steps. So this is one of the steps we have. It's called input function. What it will do? So let me build. Okay, when you run this job, they will show you the pop-up. Okay, it's failed right now because my input function need some parameter. What I mean by this, if you search in the Jenkins input Examples. Okay, so input is a one step. Okay, and input, they wait for interactive input, and here these are the parameters support: message, ID, okay, something like this. What I mean by this, so message is one parameter of the function, right? What I mean by this, so in the um, in this function, every function has the argument is called parameter. So they have a parameter called message parameter. Okay, and this message parameter, we can pass some message. For example, do you want to continue, something like this. So it is compulsory to write here, otherwise they fail. So input is function, and this is the one parameter and argument, and here you can pass some value. So if I run, what you will see when this job run in this stage, okay, what is stage name you give in this stage, guys, this stage is still waiting, right? They won't go ahead. They will keep on waiting for you. Okay, they keep on waiting for you, and if you take your mouse up, there's kind of pop-up come up. This message come up: do you want to continue? If I say abort, this job will fail. Okay, it's called aborted job. See here, they fail. But if I run one more time, if I say continue, then this job pass, or they will go to the next stage. So this is what, guys, we have to use. Okay, so now if I say proceed, now this job will go and is successful, or they go to the next stage. Some more settings we can do here. So in the input function, guys, we can take, because this function, guys, behind this send the Boolean value, true or false. Okay, so we can store this value in some temporary variable. Let's say x as a variable, and x is a variable as a Boolean. So we can give a data type called Boolean, means true or false. Okay, now you can use this x somewhere. Okay, let's say I want to print this x, so I can use echo, and let's say I want to print this particular x. Okay, just to test what they do. So let me save this. Build now. So when I run this job, they will actually fail. I think there's some syntax error. Boolean is not is not supported here. Okay, why is not supported? It should be Boolean. Why is not supported? Because, guys, there's a concept here. Whenever you use input function, okay, there you can pass multiple different data types. Okay, one of the class is called Boolean. It's called Boolean class. You will see somewhere. One of the class is Boolean. Somewhere you can see Boolean class. So you have to specify that this particular variable is going to give you output in the Boolean way or Boolean format. That is the reason, guys, they fail. Just you can see somewhere Boolean parameters is the one that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so why we need this? Because I want this particular this particular variable. So this output of input is stored in some variable, and so that I can use this variable for doing some checking. If somebody said select it, then do this, otherwise do this. Something like this we can do. Okay, so I can write some condition if or else in your programming here, and say if somebody go ahead, so they say true is stored in x, and I can use x in some condition if or else, and they can do some actions on it. Okay, those things we can do. Right now we don't need so. Okay, right now we don't need this part. So what I am doing right now, I'm just using this function over there. But let me use the stage without this remaining part. I'll show you guys maybe sometime when you need. I'll show you how to get and capture the Boolean. So this is one approval stage as well. And let me add this approval stage here. Okay, so before the production, I will add one stage and say, do you want to promote the build? Typically, guys, it's called promote, or I can say release to production. Do you want to release to the production? Okay, if I say yes, then only they will move to the next stage. Otherwise, they won't move. That's what this stage will do. And let me uncomment this line of my production environment also. Now we are safe. Now this production environment won't run without approval. So we are safe. So I am commented this line. Now in this case, if I save and run my code, okay, what you will see, you don't have any data in the production environment. Okay, you don't have any data, right? But my pipeline is going on, as like end to end, my pipeline is going on. Okay, and as soon as they pass the test in the QAT, they go to approval stage. See guys, they're waiting in the approval stage. Okay, and here I have abort. Okay, it abort my deployment in the production. Right, everything is been aborted. Now nothing has been visible in the production. Okay, but if I restart my job again, or there's one more thing, guys. There's one option here. We can, if you see in this help, there's called replay, right? Or I can restart from the stage. So if you don't want to run everything from the initial, you can restart from the approval stage also. Your job. So nothing will be restart from the initial. I run it. Again, they wait in the approval stage. If I say proceed, then the approval stage will take me to the production, and they are running on the production. My job is still okay. They fail. Why? Let me check. So in the production, guys, they are running. Okay, they fail. They fail because of they log in successfully. They weren't able to find image locally, and there's some issue in the Docker command. That's what they're showing you here, and they're trying to find the image locally. Why are they trying to find the image locally? That's what the point to think of, right? Let me check very quickly. So there's an issue in the Docker, right? So let me check very quickly the code. So they remove this one and then try to run. They try to run my image locally, right? Why they check locally? That is a point. They shouldn't. This unable to find the image local error daemon. Let me check very quickly in my production system. Docker images. Okay, none of the images has been downloaded in my local system in my production environment. Okay, let me run one more time. Okay, one more thing, guys. By default, guys, in the Docker, okay, if the image is not available, they will download for you. Okay, so you don't have to pull the image. This Docker run command will always pull the image for you. That's what they do by default. Okay, for us, but they're not doing here. We have to check. So let me do one thing. Let me again rerun from the starting. Check one more time from the start. So Docker run command will always pull the image automatically for you if the image is not there in the local. Okay, so let me check very quickly that run it. And one of the reasons maybe guys, because that time I start from 20, right? And my image is created till 19. You know, I keep on changing the image versions, right? So last time my image is uploaded till 19, and about the job, I start the job from my approval stage. But 20 ID image is not available. That is the reason that might fail. Okay, that is, I think that is the only reason. So let's see. Let's move to approval. I say proceed. As a QA team, I approved, and now they are prodding into the production environment. It looks like everything is great. Okay, and finally, my data has been sent to the production environment successfully. It means if anybody hit my website, they can see my data in the production environment. Okay, and to have this demo more interesting, okay, one more thing I want to do very quickly. Okay, so this website, where it is my okay, like this file I already have in my in my what I say, in my Git repository. So this file I already have, but in our today I have done a lot of other changes also, but this is the guys code I was looking for. Okay, so in the input you can pass this class of boolean with default value true, with some name settings. Please confirm, agree with us, something like this. And this input I'm showing this variable, and this variable I can use in if or else to do something. Okay, so this also can be done, and this entire code we can store in one box called script. So let me copy this part here, even though we don't require without this also working, but this is the sometime better way to do. So I'm just copying this entire part here, and this is one of my step. Okay, step start here and step close here. Okay. So nothing special. This is just a way to capture the input in one variable. Okay, and this variable we use. So if somebody said true, I will do something. If somebody said false, I will print this message, or I will maybe here in my tomorrow class show you, we can send the mail. Or here, if somebody say approval, we can send the mail to my other team that we have approved your settings. So something like this we can do here. Okay. So what I'm doing right now, this entire code is being tested. Let me do one more time, very quickly test. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, this code I'm going to put into my Git, and let's say this entire code with my Docker file, okay, plus my entire Java code, plus my Jenkins file, with a POM file, with a Maven, is completely handled by my DevOps engineer with developer and the operations guys. Okay, and from the workstation they will upload this data with some changes, and as soon as they upload, my Jenkins automated run. It will be auto trigger I will add. Okay, what the motto is, my motto here is to show you as I change something in the code, okay, my code will automatically reach to deployment after going to test environment, then they go to QA environment, then they go to my production environment. After approval manually, this is called continuous delivery, CI/CD. This kind of things I would like to show you very quickly. Everything's done actually, but I just want to show you one more small part that you know actually already, but let me show you. So this process is still going on. I'm waiting for approval. Proceed. Okay. And then they will deploy here. So this code is right, perfectly done. It's tested, working fine. Now this finally tested code I'm going to copy and put in my GitHub, so you guys can also access this code from this particular URL. It's the code I am going to share in the GitHub, right? Then you see it. And let's say we will start a journey from here, the way normally we start. Okay, we will have this code in my local laptop. This is my local workstation. Okay, so let me go to one of my some document folder. Let me go to some of my local folder, and I'm going to do git clone of this particular code. So normally we start from here actually. So now let's say one of my DevOps engineer developers has created what materials has created this folder. Inside this folder, they create Docker files to create a Dockerized image. They create entire what I say Java web app code. Okay, and they also create the complete pipeline as a code. Okay, and inside this web app code, let's say in the web app, this folder, view folder. Okay, they have this file called home page. So let me open my home page and let's do some more small changes here. And let's say somebody by chance mistakenly write a wrong spelling here. Okay, so we have a QA team. They will test for it. So we can write the test for this that you guys know. I'm not doing any changes here. Let's say I'm doing only small change here, or mobile number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So a small change I'm doing here just for test. So some changes we have done here in our code. Okay, and we're going to change something in the code. So we're going to add all the files, whatever we have. You are just commit this file. Okay, commit this file and with some name, and then push. But before we push, what I want to do, I want to create one new Jenkins. Okay, and to end pipeline. Okay, and in this case, I want to build a trigger with the PaulSM that I'll show you already, where I will keep on checking every minute. Okay, and my Git project, okay, is this one. The project URL is this one. Okay, 1 minute. This URL. And actually we don't have any Git to provide. 1 minute. Yeah. And here I will use this policy. So my SM is Git. Okay, and my repository name is this one. Here we're looking for the branch master only, the way we have done already. So that this part we have done already, right? But only thing I just write here is called PaulSM. Okay, and that's all. And by default, we are pulling the Jenkins file as a pipeline as a code. Okay, so what happened? Okay, as soon as I do git push, okay, my job starts within minute, I can say, because every minute, 15 seconds, they will create as a 1 minute. So my job is start. They start building with this new pipeline. Okay, and what they do, okay, whatever the things I change in my code, okay, they will upload and they will be reached to my production environment. That's the whole idea. But we have some more advanced interesting triggers that is more mature than this in some of the use cases. What are those? I will explain you in my next class. This part is done. It's happening. After this, the approval come up. You want to confirm? I say proceed, and then they move to the production environment. So that's what the idea is. So guys, in the pipeline as a code, there's some more concept, there's some more basic concept like closes, when closed, error handling, and those kind of things. So that's what I will discuss with you guys tomorrow. Okay, guys, here the latest updated data gonna come. Now everything has been completely handled by your local system. Now, in the future, if they want to change something in a code, let's say some more new code come up. Let's say this mobile number is different, 93510090002. Okay, and some mistake they have done, they change again the commit. Okay, after commit, the again push. That's all. As the push, right? They don't have to wait, do anything from the local system. They will do end-to-end automation. As they push, automatically within a minute or 2 minutes, right, you will get the updated code in your production system with the kind of delivery because we have approval, or we can go for automatic also. We don't need any approval in between. Okay, so this is what guys complete fully automation or CI/CD we can do. So I believe guys now you will get a more clarity about power of pipeline as a code. Plus you will also get more clarity about what end-to-end pipeline and what is actually CI/CD is. This is one great example. Now on the base of this example, right, any kind of use case you will have, okay, you want to implement with Ansible, you want to implement with SonarQube, you want to implement with Artifact, Selenium, Docker, Swarm, Kubernetes, right, ECR, ECS cluster, right, their respective things command you can use here to do the automation. Okay, means if you don't know Docker command, thing won't work. Jenkins will help you only automate, right? You should know their respective command, then only it will work for you. So I will do approval here and then move to my production environment. So if I show you in my test environment, I get the latest mobile number. In my QA environment, I get the latest mobile number, and they do some testing. Okay, they're disabled right now. I'll show you tomorrow. I've had some timer there or retry, and then my data is also moved to my production environment. So very, very powerful topic, powerful class, and everything guys I explained you practically that I told you in today also morning that this is the very powerful class. Okay, that's all guys. Any questions if you have till now? I know a lot of things I have covered here, but any questions if you have, you guys can ask. Okay, guys can ask me. But yeah, if you connect this tool with Terraform, right, or maybe other automation tool, especially with the cloud tool, because cloud again automated by Terraform, it would be a 100,000 times more powerful what you see today, right? So depending on what extra tool power you can add with the Jenkins, that will give you a different power. Okay. So that's all guys. Any query if you have, you can ask us. So yes, I just forgot to share guys this URL. So this is the URL I am putting in your chat message to everyone. Only you have to change your credentials, and you have to change the IP address of your respective system. Otherwise, everything is workable. So tomorrow, guys, I will talk about I will talk about IAM, where I show you how to set up the password, change the password, reset the password, set the roles, power. That's what I will discuss tomorrow. And guys, tomorrow will be last class. Okay, whatever the remaining portion we have, we can very easily now complete in the tomorrow class. Yes, Ramesh, it won't roll back automatically. We have tried the step 4. Okay, if something fail in the production, okay, so there's a one kind of concept called I will show you tomorrow. That's called exception handling. Okay, so we can, in the exception handling is again one step. They will check there's something fail in the production, and there you can write some extra stages. Okay, and on those stages you can write all the rollback things, how you want to roll back, which image you want to roll back, where you want to deploy next, and all the things you can do over there. So those things, Ramesh, you have to do ourselves, but how, I will give the idea to. Yes, Vikrant, we can integrate Jenkins with Kubernetes. And the way I launch the Docker, we can also use kubectl command to launch the pod, deployment, services, everything with the help of Jenkins. So for this, we have a Kubernetes plugins available, and that's all. With a plugin, you can provide a kube config file that will help us Jenkins to connect with the Kubernetes cluster. Otherwise, everything will be same what you know about in the Kubernetes. Can we have Docker as a QA? Yes, Vikrant, depend upon the requirement, right? Your Docker container can be QA. So inside the Docker container, you can run the entire QA things, right? So it's all upon your plan. Maybe in one single Docker platform, you can put everything dev, QA, stage, production, whatever you have environment, you can put anything and everything. So it's all upon your plan and your best practices following by your respective team and the company. Yes, Nikhil, yes, you can do the Docker person environment manually. We can do it automatically. I told you multiple times. That part there, we can use the help of Terraform. Okay, Terraform you can use there to automate those parts that I show you, the way I show you Docker manually. There, for launching the instance manually, there you can use Terraform kind of tool. So again, your question doesn't come properly, right? I think some part is missed. Again, if you can copy that, I won't get the entire question. So Rahul, normally in the person we have a LB and fleet of the cloud instead behind it. So can we deploy web pages to the person here? Yes, why not? Why not, Rahul? We can deploy same way. So load balancer is for the client, right? For the outside guys. But typically, we as IT guys is directly handling our instances. Okay, so we can ask Jenkins, they go to all the backend instances, okay, and to update their configurations. Either Jenkins go directly or Jenkins will contribute to Ansible. Ansible go there and configure it. But there's hundreds more way available in changing the configuration. Okay, so obviously we won't go via load balancer. Load balancer is for providing services to the customer, so customer can say. For management, we always go behind with some other protocol like SSH. Okay. So consider we have case study. Ramesh, you asked this question. Consider a case study like I have a branch code folder in the Jenkins dashboard. But in the branch, we have multiple services named test1, test2. Now my development team has made change test2, and I want to deploy only test2. Is we can do also. We can also do this thing, Ramesh. If I'm clear, you don't want to deploy all the files as far as I understand from your query. You don't want to deploy all the files. The file that you change, you only want to deploy that file. Okay. If this is your question, if you can just say yes. Okay. So we can do it. Here we can take the help of Git actually. Jenkins won't work. You have to take the help of Git. The Git will maintain the tree, your revision tree or your version tree. Okay, so if you watch with me in my Git training, I show you there how to check, okay, all the version history of the Git, and from the history you can take a last change or whatever when you commit. Okay, which file is the one who the change in the last commit? So you can find out your, obviously you can find out your last history. For example, in GitHub also we can find the last history commit, but in the Git command we can find out okay, which file. Here we can say the file name also by chance. So this file makes my last commit. It means this is the file. This Jenkins file is the one who changed last. Okay, so we can pick this file. In the Git we have a command. We can only pick this particular file. Okay, and now because we know the file name, now this information given by the Git to the Jenkins, Jenkins will pick this file. Okay, and you can deploy this file where you want to deploy. So you have thousands of files. I don't want to change and redeploy all the files again and again. So you can take the help of Git. Git will tell you last file name that been changed, and this file information given by to Jenkins, and Jenkins will go and copy it with SCP, SSH, or whatever the deployment way you have. They will copy it. Okay, if you're deploying using Docker images, then only this file will be copied inside the Docker images. Okay, for this you can create a Docker file dynamically. So rather than you create a Docker file way I created here is like a static Docker file. Instead, we can create this Docker file where I can make this part as a variable. Okay, and this Docker file is created by one of the step or stage of the Jenkins pipeline. Okay, where I can take this as input, and this input comes from Git. So the way I understand, Ramesh, your question is this: how your process could be if you want to take and pick one, right? So I think this may be what actually you are looking for. So Gyan, you are asking that what is used for set node in every stages. Actually, node, whenever guy you see the word node is a keyword from the scripted pipeline. Okay, this keyword is not actually the part of your declarative pipeline. Even though you can use that will work, but node is actually old keyword from the scripted pipeline. Okay, instead of node here we use agent keyword. Okay, so instead of node we use agent keyword in the declarative pipeline. Okay, so where we can pass our label which node you want to run. So tomorrow guys I'll show you. Right now I'm running all the stages in the same level, same slave node, but here every stage we can say in this stage I want to run in a slave 1, here I want to run slave 2, slave 3, all the things you can do. But again, what you're asking is node is exactly equals to agent. So whatever you can do in agent, same thing you can do in the node also. But That is the scripted way, means you write a typical pure Groovy code. Okay, now if you try to compare my expression now with the node, you will get the idea. Even though if you have faced any issue, again, let me again ask what exactly mode you are looking for. Okay. Can you share the Docker file of the image? Can you share the Docker file for this image? Satish, I have to check, right? Jenkins slave, Maven, this image I created long back actually. So I have to check I have this file or not, Docker file, right? But it is, you can create by yourself also. I show you the idea, in my last class. Install the Maven, install the SSH, that's all. So nothing is special, right? But I have to check I have this file or not, Docker file. Okay. So that's all, guys. See you in the next class. Tomorrow we will, guys, see about the next particular point. It will be last class, right? And we will cover the remaining portion very much easily. All the main part we have done, and some small part is there. We can very easily cover tomorrow. Okay. So see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Take care. Good and good night.